Well, hello and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you that are tuning in to us from across the United States and across the world. This is the 78th Goode Water Ski National Championships coming to you live from Zachary in Louisiana. Great to have you on board, and we're going to have simultaneous streams on both lakes. Lake 1, where we'll feature the tricks and the jump event for the first time in these championships, and we'll continue on with the slalom event on Lake number 2. And for those of you hardy souls out there towards the western end of the United States, you're most certainly welcome, as indeed everyone is, to watching these webcasts. Some beautiful shots there, looking out towards the eastern sky here in from Zachary, Louisiana. A beautiful sunrise, which should really make for a beautiful day. And here is the tournament schedule of what you're going to expect today. On Lake 1, we're going to have the tricks event, starting things up and running with girls 4, 5, and 3. Followed up by boys 3, women 6, and men 7 and 8. That's the tricks event, and the jump event will actually follow on afterwards. More details on that schedule to come later. On Lake 2, we've got slalom, girls 2, followed by boys 2, 4, and 5. Then we've got women's 3 slalom, and then girls 4 and 3 for that slalom event. So, a great event like this cannot be put on without the help of some great sponsors, and here they'll be up on your screen. USA Water Ski and Wake Sports is the main sanctioning body of this tournament through AWSA, the governing body for tournament water skiing in the United States. Tri-Lakes up there as well, the main organizing party here for the national championships here at Zachary. Goode is the title sponsor of these championships. Our towboat partners at USA Water Ski and Wake Sports are Nautique, Mastercraft, and Malibu. We thank those guys very much indeed. Marine Power, OJ Props, Ski Safe Insurance, Masterline, Shoulder Sphere, and our ski sponsors are HO Syndicate, Radar Skis, D3, and Conley. Now we have also webcast sponsors supporting our endeavor as well, and those webcast sponsors are Splash Eye, along with skiitagain.com, and the 5 regions under the AWSA structure also providing support, as well as to you guys and gals who actually participated in the crowdfunding initiative to raise the sufficient funding necessary to make this webcast possible. And during the course of the day, we will be running a scroll to thank each one of you that have contributed to the crowdfunding initiative to make this webcast possible, as I've mentioned. It's going to be an absolutely beautiful day out there. It's about 83 degrees right now. It's probably going to get pretty toasty up until about 96, 97 degrees Fahrenheit. Water temperature stays relatively constant at around 89 degrees Fahrenheit, and very little in the way of wind. I think the highest that it blew yesterday was maybe about 6 or 7 miles an hour, and really providing for some great skiing conditions. And this is the first national championships held in Zachary, Louisiana since the 1980s. They held the nationals in 1984 and 1989, and some of those competitors that competed in the lower age categories in those championships are even present here. So a trip down memory lane, and for those good folks, and we certainly hope that they like what they see. A lot of improvement has been made to the area surrounding Zachary, Louisiana. Zachary, Louisiana itself, certainly one of the fastest growing communities in the Bayou State. Has the top rated public school system in the state. Ranked at the very top of the league tables for the past 9 years now, and that's a good portion of the reason why so many people are wanting to move out this way, and has all the amenities that you could possibly ask for, and is close enough to the state capital of Baton Rouge to really serve that community as well. So, little detail there on Zachary, Louisiana, as we look at some fine shots down the lake. We've got some great skiing to come. We've got tricks and jump coming up on Lake 1. We've got slalom for the balance on lake number 2. And we'll be back in just a moment. But let me first tell you about Splash Eye. They provide water ski tournament water ski software since 1996. Over 120 installations worldwide across 20 countries, and they've been present as a technology provider for the national championships in the last 10 of 11 nationals. And you can find out more about their nationals specials. They've got some really competitively priced national championship specials, and you can find them out by going to splasheye.com/nationals. So, a few details right up front. And should be a great day's worth of skiing coming on up. A big shout has to go to my good compadre up there, Mr. Jeff Surde, for getting the crowdfunding initiative situated so that this webcast is possible. And we're going to have more right after this. The 78th Goode Water Ski Nationals coming right at you.
Mornings on the lake. The first time I got up and stayed up. Learning how to drive. Teaching our dog to swim. Long summer days, big sprays, and even bigger laughs. These are the moments that made up my childhood, that brought our family together, and the memories I'm now making with my kids. Being on the water isn't just something we do, it's who we are. Make your memories with Mastercraft.
I put them last moment. You better hold on real tight, 'cause my knuckles turning real white. I'm a real fighter in you. You don't matter to me. You don't matter to me. You're running out of good times, 'cause I'm coming off this hotline. I'm a real fighter in you. You don't matter to me. You don't matter to me. I'm rising up now. No, I won't back down. Taking my shot now. Make you my background. I'm rising up now. No, I won't back down. Taking my shot now. Make you my background. Guess you never learned your lesson. This is my time and you can't take it from me. You can't take it from me. I don't think you wanna taste this.
I've been skiing on the Energy R1 for a little over a year now. Before the R1, I was on the original Energy, and I was skiing great on that ski. I really had no problems with it, but whenever they released the R1 with the wider forebody up front, it made the ski so much easier to stay balanced and have equal turns on both sides.
So from my very first set on the NRG R1, I could just feel that this ski's just really balanced through the wakes and through the turns, and I found that I could just turn my onside turn better. I think that's because the tail of the ski just allows a little bit more water to flow through it, so it just rides through the tail of the onside turn better. That's definitely the big thing that I felt was different, and that's why I was really happy to be able to get on that ski straight away.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and resplendent there with the lyrics by Francis Scott Key, the Star Spangled Banner, the traditional intro to any tournament taking place within the fair shores of the United States of America. And no exception here at the 78th Goode Water Ski National Championships. We've got Trix on deck, getting ready to go on lake number 1. We'll have slalom coming up pretty much at the same time. Because of the deluge of entries that we've received, over 600 entries registered to compete in these national championships, we've had to do a little bit of shifting. We've even had to change the schedule to where every single lake, every single day starts at 7 a.m. And certainly a testament to the organization here and to the willingness of a great number of competitors that have wanted to come to compete in these national championships in the Bayou State of Louisiana, despite the difficulties going on across the country and around the world with the global pandemic going on. Each of our events will take place at 7 a.m. We've got slalom going on Lake 2. We've got tricks going on Lake 1. Going to have a quick boat pass from one of the boats and the other boat. A Nautique is docking up on Lake 1 to pick up our very first competitor. Our first competitor up should be Emma Goldstein. And this is in girls 4 tricks. So on lake number 2, we see Kennedy Carter. Girls 2 slalom, and on the lake number 1 we got girls 4 tricks, and Emma Goldstein will get things up and running for us. We'll have a separate announcer ready to go on lake number 2, but I'm providing simultaneous commentary for both lakes for the time being at least. All right, so we are starting with Emma Goldstein, pass number 1 of 2, settling in with her boat speed. The time between the dock and the green buoy is where they can change their boat speed. They actually presented a card with their boat speed on paper to help expedite that. Past the red buoy, a couple of side slides, 80 points in the bag. Now working in through 180s and now going to the wake back. Here's the wake front. Does she hit the reverse? Yes, she does. Look at this, Emma Goldstein and girls 4 tricks. Little on the back of the ski as she gets towards the end. A Waco goes towards the outside wake, does the reverse. A little on the back, but she stands up her opening pass. Nicely done. That is Emma Goldstein. All right, then, on Lake 2, for those of you that are watching simultaneously, you're going to hear the dulcet tones of John Wilkins as he'll take you from Kennedy Carter all the way through as far as he can with the slalom event on Lake 2. On Lake number 1, we've got Emma Goldstein getting ready to go for her second and final 20-second pass. I don't. Okay, so here comes Emma Goldstein. To the back and to the front. Not looking too bad there. Toe wake back and toe wake front. Decent tricks right now. Keeping the flow going. One end to the course to the other. Emma Goldstein throws in a couple of Wacos and tries to go for the wake 5 back. I don't know whether she'll get it all the way round in order for it to score, but certainly a good effort there. 2 stand-up runs. Can't ask for any more than that. That's Emma Goldstein, our first skier out on the water. And doing a beautiful job skiing behind that Nautique towboat. Okay. So. So now moving on from Emma Goldstein, we got Cecilia Stern in girls 4 tricks. Continuing to roll here on both lakes. Cecilia Stern getting ready to trick herself. And on the slalom lake, for those of you that are watching simultaneously, and Kennedy Carter doing a fine job there. All right, so continuing right along, simultaneous coverage on both lakes. We've got Celia Stern getting ready to come into the course for a first pass of 2. So here comes Celia Stern. Okay, here we go. Celia Stern with a couple of side slides popping off each side. 180s, all 4 of them on the surface. Surface 360s. Gets a surface package situated. Now goes in for a sequence of 4 wake tricks. Goes for surface back-to-backs. Wake 5, wake back-to-back. Nicely done, and really working hard to get those within a 20-second. Good effort there for Celia Stern. Can't ask for much more than that. All right, then. So we've got a first score in for Emma Goldstein. It is a 610 points. 610 points for Emma Goldstein. We're about halfway into our second competitor. So, Celia Stern right now. Ooh. So here comes Celia Stern with a second and final 20-second pass. She'll start off with a wake back-to-back, wrap to hand. It's certainly not an easy trick to perform, and now she goes into her toes, puts her toe in the toe trap, and now goes for the toe back and toe front. Let's see if she has anything more. Looks like a wrap toe side there, almost getting pulled out there. Now does she go? She goes for the toe wake back from outside to in. Goes to toe front, a repeat of the initial one, and she'll do. Yep, she a fist pump there. She knows that she's done well. Certainly by her own standards. So Celia Stern getting a little bit skittish there on the wake back to back, but the remaining tricks looked pretty solid for the most part. So our next competitor to go after Celia Stern, it will be Samantha Hill. All right, so that was the second and final 20-second passer, just showing the instant replay, and here's our view from the boat for Samantha Hill. Once we get a few trickers scores, we'll show you the leaderboard right now, because, well, we've only got one score right now. She's in the lead, obviously, Emma Goldstein with 610 points. There you see on deck there's Riley Gully, but a few feet away from her and achieving increasing separation from her is Samantha Hill. All right, coming to us out of the northeast. Here comes Samantha Hill, nicely produced there on the first few tricks. There we go, surface back-to-backs. Keeping the handle down nice and low. Good knee bend. Trying to work her way through these tricks. A wake back-to-back from wrap to wrap. Nicely done. A surface O on the outside the wake. And a good effort there. Nicely done. A well-crafted trick pass. And I noticed that she did the surface O out the wakes, because typically whenever you're skiing, the roughest part of the water where you're doing surface tricks is directly behind the boat. So if you can find some smooth water to produce a surface wake O, then fair play to her. So good effort all the way through. Stand up 20-second pass. And that is Samantha Hill. We're going to get a score for Celia Stern in just a moment or so. Okay, so just confirming with our officials that Riley Gully is a scratch, will not be skiing. So our next skier to go after Samantha Hill is going to be Alexis Mischler. Still got the score for Celia Stern. Yet to come in. We've already got the score of Emma Goldstein of 610. There you see the boat speed, 15.3 mile an hour. A pretty slow pace here. Here comes Samantha Hill, Toe back and toe front. There you go, trying to rock her way through the reverse toe side. Let's see what she's got. Toe wake back, keeping the momentum under control. Toe wake front. I like what she's doing here. Let's see what she's got. Oh, tries to go for the reverse toe back. Unfortunately, not getting that far. But another toe back and toe front. It's 2 stand-up runs. That's excellent skiing there. She's happy. Hailing out of Connecticut. And looking pretty sprightly out there on the water. So that is Samantha Hill. All right, so still yet to get the score for Celia Stern, but I'm sure that it will be making its way shortly. Now, next competitor up is going to be Alexis Misha. Working very rapidly between trickers. We've got Alexis Misha now.
And our next competitor, Alexis Mishler, pass number 1.
Oh, and going down, almost going down early, but let's see what she's got with the remaining tricks. View of her obscured by the boat there for a second. Surface O. Even tried to surface 5 there for a second. Trying to stay controlled, head bobbing down a little bit, but at least she has the presence of mind to spin those continuously, but at a slower pace to stay up on top of the water. That's Alexis Misha behind the Mastercraft. One of the 3 towboat partners of USA Water Ski and Wake Sports. Continuing to roll from one end of the course to the next. Surface 720 there. I think she might have gotten enough of a continuous rotation to score on that one. Each prescribed trick must be completed continuously from start to finish. If it's a 720-degree turn on the surface, for example, you've got to turn a continuous 720 degrees. You can't separate them into two 360-degree turns and hope to get it scored. So, Alexis Misha, or Mishler as I should properly pronounce. So, here we go, Alexis Mishler now. Setting up. Going past the red buoy now. That's where the time can start upon the successful completion of our opening trick. Foot out of the toe, and let's see what she's got. Continuing to really pump up the volume here. A lot of these tricks, or at least 1 or 2 of them, are repeats of tricks from the opening pass. I don't think she'll score much for those, but the toe tricks will certainly add some points to the equation. So, looking at the tail end of Alexis Mishler's effort. Hatton Montgomery is our next competitor to go on this list of girls 4. Oh.
Next up, I've got Hatton Montgomery. Maddie Kearson coming back on her second pass. Start at 25:15. This is going to be 27 out of Tallahassee. Enjoys horseback riding, gymnastics, and doing another nice job picking up 6 on that pass. And over here on the trick, here she comes, pass number 1, Hatton Montgomery. Inlet beats Florida steer.
All right, so we got to Nora Bally.
Should be Nora Bally.
Nora Bally coming into the course for her opening pass, and there she goes. Already taking a sprightly start in this event. Oh, and going for the wake line back and not edging all the way to the top or using her momentum to carry the trick out, but a good effort nonetheless for Nora Bally. Waiting on scores for Alexis Mishler and Hatton Montgomery. Hatton Montgomery, our previous skier, so it'll be hard to expect for that score to come that quick. So Nora Bally looked in pretty good shape on that opener. Second and final 20-second pass coming up in just a moment for Nora Bally. Got as far as the wake line back. So. All right, Ken, we got Nora Bally. No. So Nora Bally doing a great job here with the toe tricks. Oh, good knee bend, but almost getting getting into all sorts of trouble there, and that was the toe back to back for Nora Bally. Tried her best on that one. We'll have a look at the instant replay. Certainly did her best with these, trying to keep a good knee bend over the toes. Trying to control the slack line as much as she could. That's Nora Bally, and falls towards the end. So now we're on to our next competitor. Next competitor up on the dock right now. So next competitor up is Julie Zollner.
Performance out there for Ella.
So now Julie Zollner coming into the course.
Of course, mentored by her world champion sister, Anna Gay, and Sean Hunter, one of the top young men's slalom skiers in the world today.
Looking good, looking strong off the first few tricks. This is Julie Zollner. Keeping it flowing. Attempt there at a surface line back, but I think pulled a little bit too much and turned into slack, and unfortunately just couldn't maintain a balance after that. So that is Julie Zollner. Julia Zollner. So as we get ready for Julia Zollner to get back into The skiing position, we got our top four right now in girls four tricks. Alexis Mischler with 1670. Celia Stern with 1390, 100 points back. Samantha Hill with 1290, and Emma Goldstein with 1200 points. So those are the four scores that we have available to us on the leaderboard. So we've still got scores from Hatton, Montgomery, and Nora Bally to come in. For those of you that are just joining us, you are most certainly welcome to the 78 for a Goode National Water Ski Championships. Here comes Julia Zollner. Toe tricks. Good spin with a toe out of the wrap there. Toe back and toe front. Toe wake back and toe wake front. Keeping the flow going with some toe sides. Now, does she have anything more? Wake back, wake front, the reverse front. Oh, and tries the line back, and unfortunately a little unstable on that time as well. So falling on the same trick on both passes, but a decent effort up to that point anyway for Julia Zollner, coming to us out of the Midwest. So good, strong effort to start with that one, starting off with the toe-o. All right, so we got Michaela Todd now, our next competitor. Electing to ski behind the Mastercraft.
Okay, here comes Ella, 22 off. Another great family story here, third generation skiing in the national championships. Ella Gay comes in at 22 off, round number one. A little wiggly ski after the wakes on number two, but she's still hanging in there. Got pulled out of position a little bit.
So here we go. This is Michaela Todd. Let's see what she's got with her 2:22 passes. We're halfway through to getting a score for Hatton Montgomery. We'll give you details on that in just a moment and see where she figures up in the leaderboard in girls four tricks. We are about 5 skiers from the end of girls four tricks, and Michaela Todd trying the wake line back, but a head down going up towards the wake and not really committing her edge all the way through that trick. So there we go. That is Michaela Todd. So looking at the tail end there of Michaela Todd, scores still coming in. We'll get those out to you as quickly as humanly possible. Hey, that's me, Tony Lyford, on the right-hand side of your screen. And Mr. Wilkins over there on the opposite side of the table, he's calling slalom on lake number 2, and that event's going pretty rapidly. Here we go. We've got Michaela Todd now, second and final 20-second pass. Toho out and continuing to put some neat little toe tricks into the equation. Oh, nicely done. Like what I'm seeing there with Michaela Todd standing all the way up on that particular run. All right, Kendra Nathan. Now we're 4 skiers from the end of girls 4 tricks. Kendra Nathan is on the water right now, getting her boat speed set. She already gave the driver an idea of what speed she likes behind that boat. Oh, nicely done. Oh, nicely completed. Oh, no! And tries to toe into wrap. Unusually for our girls 4 skiers, elected to go in with toe tricks to start things off. It's normally been the case where the skiers come in with hand tricks and then follow up with toes. Not so the case with Kendra Nathan. And keeping some good weight over her front ankle and front knee, making sure that there isn't too much to upset her balance. Up to a certain point, there was the toe side and tries to go straight in for the wrap in. Very little pause time between the toe sides and her attempt on that one. That might have been what cost her, but we'll see what she's got for us with the second and final hand pass. That is going to be Kendra Nathan. All right, continuing on with our coverage of the 78th Goode Water Ski Nationals. Great to have the pleasure of your company, no matter where you happen to be viewing us from around the world. Delighted to have you on board. All right, on deck we have Grace Tim. Here's Kendra Nathan. Oh, getting the foot over the line and trying to stay with the boats, trying to stay with the pass, and a little bit skittish with the sides. But I think she's elected to shut it down at that point, and good effort there from Kendra Nathan. Almost two stand-up runs. She fell towards the very end of the first pass, but doing a great job with the second one, and she'll ski directly back to the dock, where we'll find Grace Tim about to take to the water.
Next up, coming out of the three-star third seeded ski girls formation, Grace Tim out of Center City, Minnesota. She's warming up, getting ready for that first pass. Grace Tim.
Here comes Grace Tim, opening pass. Her father, Craig Tim, is a world-class adaptive skier. Actually competed at the Adaptive Worlds last year in Skarnes in Norway, and you can find coverage of that by going to the Water Ski Broadcasting Company's YouTube site. But for right now, we got Grace Tim on the water right now. Oh, trying to keep herself stable. I don't think that foot made contact with the water after that initial wake line back. And one of the things that you need to do on a wake line back is to have that foot make contact with the water in order for it to score. So looking at this again now, you see that foot, it was still raised up above the water, so the judges might take a very dim view of that. And good effort there from Grace Tim. We're 3 skiers from the end. We'll see how things shape up. We're trying to get some more scores thrown into the mix. So approaching the course right now, going past the green ball. After that point, the boat driver is under no obligation to change any speed upon request. There we go, toe back-to-backs. Keeping it flowing. And trying the surface toe back-to-back. Unfortunately, coming up a little bit short on the pull, and that puts Grace Tim in the drink, unfortunately, and leaving the way clear for our remaining 2 skiers. We got Elena Jones, who will be skiing last, but before her will be Elizabeth Hall, and she is next. A little bit stiff-legged with those toe tricks for Grace Tim, and that's the result, unfortunately. All right, here comes Elizabeth Hall. Our penultimate skier in girls 4 tricks. Still got plenty of tricks to come. Oh, nicely done. And here comes Elizabeth Hall with the first of our flips of the day, and coming up a little bit short, and didn't use the full wake to actually gain elevation. Came off the wake a little bit low and couldn't quite make it, but fair play to her. A decent effort to get that flip situated. Wake fives on the opening few tricks. Wake five back hand to hand, which isn't the easiest trick to perform. Goes with the wake back to back for Elizabeth Hall. There's another one. So Waco towards the end, reverse Waco, and now she'll edge out just a skosh. Tries to flip, and kind of barrel rolls that a little bit as well. So not even too sure whether that would have counted either. But Elizabeth Hall, backflip, and we're taking a look at this via our instant replay for those of you folks watching us from locations across the world. And I mean, just looking at this flip again, edged out not too far, but just getting the ski belly underneath her, but unable to get off the back foot and ski away. All right, looks like we've got some points coming through for the tricks competition. We're going to put it up on the scoreboard in just a moment. But we'll wait and take a look at Elizabeth Hall coming into the course. Going past the green buoy, now past the red. Look at her go. Good turns, staying over her ski. Good knee and ankle bend. Toe wake front, well in control. Now she's going to try the toe into wrap. Can she make it? Oh, not quite. And that's where her balance departs her, and that is a decent effort there from Elizabeth Hall. But I think she would have liked to have gotten that to toe into wrap and tried the toe waco, which would immediately follow. So here's the an instant replay here. It looks like the line kind of tightened up on her fingers for kind of shook off the pain a little bit there in her left hand. So good effort there for Elizabeth Hall. We're looking at her instant replay right now from one end of the trick course to the next. Looked pretty much in control. Good knee and ankle bend, especially through the reverse toe turns, and then it just got a little bit out of hand. Actually, as a matter of fact, as she went for the rope almost as soon as she got all the way around to the front, and sometimes it works, but most times it doesn't because it forces the skier back onto the heel, and that's exactly what happened there and caused the fall. Here we go, Elena Jones on the water right now, coming to us out of Scott in Louisiana. So coming into the course, going past the green ball. Driver can't do anything to adjust the speed even if requested. Here we go. This is Elena Jones. There we go, toe 5 back. There's the toe back to back. So Elena Jones, very, very light on that ski. Oh, tries the toe wrap in as well, but unfortunately coming up a little bit short. That is Elena Jones. We'll see the instant replay. All right, so as we get ready to bring in Elena Jones for our second pass, these are the scores that we've got available to us. Kendra Nathan with 31.30, Michaela Todd with 23.80, Julia Zollner with 2,000 even, Nora Bally with 1,700 points, Alexis Mishler with 1670. Those are your top 5 at the moment. We've still got scores to come in for Grace Tim and Elizabeth Hall, but those are our available scores for girls for tricks at this time. All right then, folks. Good morning, one and all, to those of you tuning us wherever you happen to be around the world, whether it's within the United States or a little bit further afield. Time right here is about 10 minutes to 8 in the morning, which means it'll be about 10 minutes to 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the United Kingdom, 10 to 3 across Central Europe. And no matter where you happen to be, it's great to have the pleasure of your company. Here we go. We've got Elena Jones. Here comes Elena Jones. We're behind the Malibu towboat, a boat of choice, and one of the 3 towboat partners for the 78 for Goode Water Ski Nationals. Oh, nice wake 5. Let's see if she can nail that one shot. Wake 5 front reverse, wake 5 back. And does she have any more tricks? She's going to edge out a second attempt of the flip among girls for today and unfortunately come up short. But great effort nonetheless there by Elena Jones. We will wait with bated breath to find out what her score is going to turn out to be. So looking pretty sprightly there on that trick ski with the second pass, especially with the surface back to backs. The wake 5 front almost dumping that out towards the front, and the second one almost under rotated that too. But yeah, I don't think that third one got the ski round, but had a decent attempt at this flip. Got on the back of the ski and for some reason kind of got turned halfway into that trick. But like I say, decent effort there from Elena Jones. And we'll get a point score and that of Grace Tim and Elizabeth Hall momentarily. We're going to go into our next category of tricks. Our next category of tricks is going to be... It's going to be girls 5 tricks coming up next. Okay, so we've got Kaylee Frank, our next competitor to go, and she's going to start things off in girls 5 tricks. We'll keep the leaderboard on girls 4s until we get all the points through, which means we'll have the scores for 3 more competitors: Grace, Tim, Elizabeth Ford, and Alana Jones. And then once we get through with those, we'll move on to the scoreboard for girls 5. There's your current weather readings, courtesy of the Baton Rouge Metro Airport, the local NOAA weather site. Hardly a breath of wind out there, but air temperature around about 84, water temperature about 87. So some great conditions, almost glorious sunshine here. We told people that it will get hot out here in the middle of the summer in Louisiana, and I don't think would be incorrect in saying that. So whilst we get ready for Katie Frank to take to the water, let's have a look at our Splash Eye Nationals specials. There are 3 of them for if you want to start off fairly light with the jump measurement system. There's your entry level as National Special number 1. If you want to go full on and get all the bells and whistles, there's your National Championship Special 3, and there's something in between as well. You can find out more about those National Championship Splash Eye Jump Specials by going to splasheye.com/nationals. So getting ready for Michaela Frank. First competitor out in the girls 5 tricks event, taking a little bit of a technical pause, and we'll get that situated for you any moment. So let's take a little bit of time to thank our sponsors for this event, the 78th Goode Water Ski Nationals. USA Water Ski and Wake Sports, the main umbrella organization supporting tournament water skiing and the various disciplines of tow water sports. We've got Tri-Lakes, our organizer sponsor here on site, and we've got Goode Carbon Innovation. Nautic Mastercraft and Malibu are our official towboat partners of USA Water Ski and Wake Sports. Marine Power, OJ Props, Ski Safe Insurance, Masterline, and Shoulder Sphere, along with HO Syndicate, Radar, D3, and Conley. And our webcast sponsors, and we'll put them up in just a moment, are Splash Eye, along with skiitagain.com, and the 5 regions, and the American Water Ski Association itself. All supporting us, and we'll also scroll some names from time to time of those that participated and donated funds for the crowdsourcing initiative that raised enough in the way of funds to make this national championship webcast possible. All right, then, as we take a look at the our weather situation, we wait for Michaela Frank to hit the water. We've got a couple more scores, and these should represent the balance of the scores that make up the entirety of our field in girls for tricks. We'll take a quick look at the leaderboard to confirm our provisional lead in just a moment or so. But we'll put those scores up after we see Michaela Frank take to the water. Or Kayla Frank, I do beg your pardon. Kaylee Frank coming to us right now with a average score of 456 points. Here comes Kaylee Frank. Back into the front. Oh, goes for the surface, and comes up a little bit short, I'm afraid. Pulling in, but unfortunately forcing her weight to the back of the ski. So there we go. That's Kaylee Frank. We'll see a little bit more of her with the second and the final 20-second pass. We'll instant replay on pass number 1. Tries the 360. Now you see almost as soon as she started turning, she forced her weight back onto her back heel, and that stopped the turn, unfortunately. So okay, so these are the final provisional totals for girls 4 tricks. Elena Jones with 34.50. Kendra Nathan with 31.30. Elizabeth Hall with 29.50. Michaela Todd in 4th place with 23.80. And Grace Tim there with 22.50. Those are your top 5 in the girls 4 tricking competition. So looking again at Kaylee Frank, and just wasn't quite her day today, unfortunately, in girls 5 tricks. So she'll swim into shore and leave the way clear for our next competitor, who should be Gabriella Holm. All right, working our way through to our next competitor. This is Gabriella Holm. Sun still shining behind her. That's why you see our competitors at this time being silhouetted out on pass number 1. Here comes Gabriella Holm with a decent. Whoa, handle up a little bit high with that wake back and having to take a second out to recover. Surface O. Here comes surface 5 in the same direction. And a good effort there. Oh, and just losing a little bit of a balance and just couldn't quite get all the way through with a stand-up opening pass. That's Gabriella Holm. This is our first, I believe, our second competitor in Girls 5. Out of 13 in total. So, getting ready. Girls 5, we have Gabriella Holm. We've got a point score for Kaylee Frank, and it's 160 points. Oh, very quick back and to the front in toe hold. Foot out of the trap, and now continuing to roll with a couple of slides. A wake back. The handle's still getting up a little bit high. She needs to be a little bit firmer with that handle position, which she is this time around. Goes for the wake back to back. Tries to throw that round, and I don't know whether she's opted to shut it down, but I tell you what, she's got some surface O's, which will continue to score, provided that they're within 20 seconds. Now, what is she going to try and do here? She was thinking about the flip, but kind of went into that half-hearted. So, but a decent effort, and I'm sure that those two surface O's may have been in time. And if that's the case, then some more points will be going in her direction. So that is Gabriella Holm.
Waited about hours coming off the dock hold 2 hours later at 38 off, runs the pass, comes back, picks up a couple to win the men's semi-national final.
Okay, Kelly Hill now, our next combatant in the women in the, I do beg your pardon, the girls 5 tricks event. Nicely done there with the wake back. making sure that her eyes are looking up over the shoulders rather than under. That'll keep her weight squarely over a ski, especially when she tries her back-to-backs, whether it be on the surface or on the wake. Decent stand-up looking run there. So some great skiing and some good audience numbers coming in at this point in the morning. It's a little after 8 o'clock Central Daylight Time here in Zachary, Louisiana, and my good friend Mr. Wilkins presiding over the slalom event on Lake 2. And there's about 180 of you watching in with him. The Tricks Lake has got about 120 people concurrently watching us, and we certainly thank you guys and girls. And especially yesterday, which recorded some huge audience numbers, about 11,000 playbacks yesterday, according to early results from our analytics. So keeping an eye on all of that, and we've got on the water right now. We got Kelly Hill staying up as much as she can. Oh, goes for the flip, and I think that was going to be lanyard anyway. At least she got her ski over her head, and we'll see if she can work a little bit more on that. All right, so getting some good tricks in girls 5. All right, then we got some girls 5 trickers who performed out there. What's your name, sweetheart?
Gabi Holm.
Gabi Holm. Oh yeah, you come to us from the Western region. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, and what's your name?
Kelly Hill.
Kelly Hill. Oh yes, you just tried that flip just a few seconds ago, didn't you? Yes, indeed, and a little bit of a half-hearted attempt, I would say, but at least you got the ski over your head.
Yeah, it was probably not my best flip. Not that I really know how to do a backflip or have ever landed one, but our deal was that if we both stood up our trick passes, we had to throw one in the back of it because no one skis in.
Well, fair enough. Did you hold up your end of the bargain?
Yeah, my flip was awful, so still did it.
Well, fair enough. That's good. Challenging each other, just to try and raise your game up a little bit from where you are right now to a higher level going forwards. Well, good skiing, both of you. Kelly, good effort. So, Whew, I'll tell you what. Got some great tricking coming up. We're about a third the way through this list of about 13 competitors. But so Gabby and Kelly there offering us a little insight as to what's going on behind the scenes. Not just going for more trick points, but I think for bragging rights too. We got Sage on the water right now. This is Sage Potbecker. Getting off to a sprightly start there with the Waco. Hey, whoa, handle up a little bit high, kind of sliding out there with that wake, wrapped wake back. Now this is a little bit better. Tries to go for the wake back-to-back, but continuing on, spinning in all kinds of directions, and nicely done. All right, then. So we've got some point scores that have just come through. Kaylee Frank had a point score of 160 points. And this is going to be of immense interest to the two individuals that I just interviewed just a few seconds ago. Gabriella Holm with 750 points and Kelly Hill with 650 points. So those are the provisional points right now. Well, we'll try and we'll get some more point scores. And Sage Podbecker coming into the course. Now, sometimes the point scores come through on the basis of one pass out of two. Whoa, and going down there, Sage Podbecker, about a third the way through that pass. Okay, so Sage Podbecker. Now we've got a score revision for Kelly Hill, whom we just spoke to just a few minutes ago. If we can flash that scoreboard up in just a moment, please. Now Kelly Hill should be a little bit happier with the point score coming through any moment now for Kelly Hill. There it is, Kelly Hill, 1,300 points. It's a PB by 10 points. Wow, excellent stuff there for Kelly Hill. And Gabriella Holm with 750 points, Kaylee Frank with 160. So, still some points coming through. Sage Podbecker that's going to be the latest score that will be released. Then our skier about to go onto water, Claire Amira. Claire Mirror now. Girls 5. So, continuing to roll through the initial tricks, electing to go with toe tricks first. Does she have anything left? I think she'd shut it down about 2 seconds from the end, but a nice effort there. That is that is Claire Mirror. The point score for Sage Podbecker will be coming up any moment now. All right, so we've got a Claire Mirror there with her tricks. Oh, a little on the back there with that wrap toe side. That could have been curtains there for her hadn't she pulled it out. We got another point score come through, and we'll see what that is on the leaderboard right now. And Kelly Hill's reign at the top is very short-lived because Sage Podbecker scored 1,460 points to take the lead. So Sage Podbecker, 1,460 points. So we'll rejoin the action. We've got Claire Mirror, skier number 5 on this list. And continuing to roll through these tricks at Claire Mirror. Not as spry. Oh, and with the surface line back and sitting down on the line there a little bit. Unfortunately, unable to ride that away, but a decent effort there from Claire Mirror. Whether that's going to be enough to put her in the top 3 or not is uncertain. All right, next competitor to take to water will be Anne-Marie Wroblewski. All right, here comes Anne-Marie Wroblewski now. Let's see what she's got for us. Some surface turns, trying to get her tempo up to a certain point where she can throw in the wake back-to-backs without too much bother. Waco from inside to out. Here's the reverse. Oh, and comes up a little bit short on the wake, and that's definitely going to affect the amount of points that she scored on the opening pass of 2. Now, the strategy from here is she has a couple of options. She could either decide to carry on with the toe pass or repeat the handle pass to try and get the points that way. So Anne-Marie Wroblewski getting ready for a second and final 20-second pass of toes. And continuing to roll on the starting dock and getting ready to go is Samantha Stretfeld. All right, so okay, this is Anne-Marie Wroblewski now, getting the boat speed set. The driver already has a fairly good idea as to what speed he should be hitting because that information was passed on to him prior to pulling Anne-Marie Wroblewski off the dock. There we go, Anne-Marie Wroblewski. A little bit tentative with that pull. Now let's see what she's got with the toe wake back. She gets that one. The toe wake, oh, and collapses on that toe wake front. So I doubt whether her points total is going to be as high as she would have liked. But we'll soon see as we continue to get the point scores through. Okay, we've got another point score coming through in just a moment. More details on that. And we just saw there Anne-Marie Wroblewski just taking a really hard fall, and she looks a little frustrated with her effort there. So we'll continue to roll. Okay, we've got another point score coming through for Claire Mira. We'll try and put that score in just a moment or so. But before that... here we go. Here's the point score that I mentioned. Claire Mira with 2020. 2020, huh? There we go. Sage Podbecker with 1460. Kelly Hill with 1300. Gabriella Holm with that score that you just saw. And now our next competitor up is going to be Samantha Stretfeld. So fast and furious here with the girls' 5 tricks. Toe 5 back to open up her account with tries the toe back to back. There's the reverse, keeping the pace high, trying to steady herself with the pull. Looking strong, looking in good. Oh, and tries to go for the toe row wrap in, but losing her balance towards the end. But a whole gaggle of toe tricks to start. I'm not too sure about that toe 5 back, though, where there was a hitch in the middle, which could affect the validity of that trick in terms of its points yield. But toe wake back and toe wake fronts look mighty good as well. And I tell you what, some great tricking up to a certain point. And that is Samantha Stretfeld. That's Samantha Stretfeld getting ready to go. It's interesting to see the girls' 5's competitors that have come off the water all congregating around the webcast area. You know, I'm all kinds of popular right now. And this we're seeing for the first time today, I believe, a ski change, a line change. It's been the trend among the elite trick skiers over the past 15 or so years, and that's kind of matriculated itself down towards national championship level among the divisions. Now, from what I understand, the girls' 5 division is actually a brand new division. They've recently reconfigured the junior divisions to where they start with boys and girls 1 for 9 and under, boys and girls 2 11 and under, boys and girls 3 13 and under, boys and girls 4, which is 15 and under, and boys and girls 5, which is 17 and under. Basically, each of those junior divisions from 1 through 5 have a 2-year eligibility period in each one. And that, and I believe that was put in place to make those age divisions more compatible with what is typically used in the world outside the United States. Here we go, Samantha Stretfeld. Let's see what she's got with hand tricks. She opened up with toes for her first pass. Let's continue to roll. Wake back to back. There's a wake back to back reverse, trying to keep things steady. Trying not to overspeed here. Let's see what she's got. Wake 5 front. Yes, indeed. A couple of sides. Does she shut it down? No, she doesn't. She continues to ski. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, she recovers the surface line back well enough, but the surface line front, not so much. So, looking at our next competitor, it should be Brooke Boskus, who comes to us out of Fayetteville in Arkansas. Little ways outside, more accurately, the village of Elkins, which is where their training site happens to be. So I'm not too sure what the delay is, but unsure that it will be resolved. Okay, we're going to bring Brooke Boskus in. We got Samantha Stretfeld. We're going to be talking to her in a moment. But here comes Brooke Boskus, pass number 1. Coming out of a toe 5 wrap. There's toe back-to-backs, surface toe back-to-backs, toe wake back-to-back. Let's see what she's got. No, she bulks out of the reverse toe wake back-to-back in favor of staying up on top of the water with a couple of toe sides. Toe O wrap in. Toe O out. Oh, toe wake back. Toe to the front. Nicely done there. Good, strong effort there. We're going to take a look at the instant replay, and I'm sure that that Samantha is going to be taking a look at that as well. Give us her a little bit of assessment. So, Samantha Stretfeld, we're going to give you the point score in just a moment, but what do you think of Brooke Boskus out there right now?
She's doing a really great job. She's a really good tricker.
Okay, pretty succinct and to the point, you know.
Yeah.
Indeed. Now, we've just seen Brooke Boskus. Now we're going to let the good people all around the world watching this webcast to see you. Okay, so this is Samantha Stretfeld. Whereabouts do you come from, sweetheart?
I'm from Southern California, Los Angeles.
Excellent stuff, excellent stuff. And how's life down there in big old SoCal?
It's good. Pretty shut down because of COVID, but I love it down there.
So this is a little bit of a vacation from all that madness, huh?
Yeah, for sure.
Would you like to know your point score?
Yes.
All right, then. Let's throw up the leaderboard right now. Samantha Stretfeld, you are currently in 4th place with 1,080 points. Are you pleased with that, or could you have done more?
I definitely could have done more.
All right, then. So best of luck to you going forward, Samantha Stretfeld. We hope to see you with the remaining events. You got slalom, you got jump as well?
Yes.
Excellent. I look forward to seeing you out there. Thank you. Samantha Stretfeld, ladies and gentlemen. We got Brooke Boskus, second and final 22nd pass. She's transitioned out of the ski that she used to start off with, which is a toe trick ski. Now she's going to a handle pass trick ski. Okay, for those of you folks watching at home, Samantha Stretfeld's point score has been revised to 1,900. 1,900 points. That currently puts her in 2nd place behind Claire Mira right now. All right, here we go. Brooke Boskus, second and final 22nd pass behind that Nautique towboat. Setting up the boat speed now. Positional to the back. Wake back to back. Here's the reverse. Now, surface back to backs. Winding up to a wake front, then a wake back. Let's see what she's got so far as the remaining tricks in her repertoire. Wake line back, wake line front, line back. Good little step sequence. Side slides with 1 foot in the ski, and nicely done, standing up all the way through. There we go. That is Brooke Boskus. All right, so waiting on the score for Brooke Boskus. Also waiting on the score for Anne-Marie Rabluski as well. We're yet to get her particular score. Okay, so for those of you that are watching simultaneously on Lake 1 and Lake 2, well, apparently there's a technical issue on 2, so we certainly welcome those of you that have been watching there and giving us a little bit of love for trick skiing.
And we're ready to start action back up. Sophia Janzig will be coming out. Center City, Minnesota skier. Learned to ski when she was 5 years old and started going to tournaments when she was about 8. Sophia Janzig. What? Averaging about 5,000 points in tricks. See what she's got up her sleeve here. She's going to warm up with some.
So on the water right now, Sophia Janzig. There we go. Wake line O to start things off on pass number 1. Going in for a step sequence, doing those tricks very, very quickly indeed. Foot in the back binding now, going in for surface back-to-backs. Wake 5 front and the reverse. Oh, very nicely done. Very stable on the top of that ski for a handle pass. Good effort there all the way through. It's Sophia Janzig. So if we can get a quick look at the leaderboard right now, I'm going to give you that revised score for Samantha Stretfeld. We'll show Claire Mira, who's still currently in the lead, but Samantha Stretfeld had an additional amount of points added to her total to give her 1,900. All right, skier on the water right now. Approaching the course is Sophia Janzig. Surface toe 5, toe 8 back to back. Surface turns, toe 5 front, nails that one. Here we go, toe O out, slow rotation out of the wrap. Toe wake O, look at what she's got. Toe wake line back, first time we've seen that in this event. Nicely done. Oh, yes, indeed. And I think we're looking at our leader in the tricks event on the basis of those 2 runs. Nicely done, Sophia Janzig. Good effort there. The surface toe back-to-backs really set herself up well for that toe 5 front. And she deliberately spun that trick very, very slowly. That toe O out to give her enough opportunity to spin back in with the toe and go for the toe Waco to go afterwards. So nicely done. That is Sophia Janzig. All right, now she's really set the stall for the remaining skiers to come. Starting off with Alyssa Drake. Alyssa Drake, who comes to us from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin.
We're going to pick up our skier, give him a protected pass going down just to get warmed up, and then we'll bring him back on his scoring path. So that's what's going on over here.
And Alyssa Drake falling early on that pass. A wake life 5 front. Just didn't edge all the way through the top of the wake, and unfortunately the result is a fall on the very first trick for Alyssa Drake. We'll see what she decides to do. She, at this point, has one of 2 options. She could go in as a repeat of the handle pass, or go in as scheduled and try toe tricks and see if she fares any better with that.
They'll pick up Alyssa out of the water. She'll reset and create a new strategy for her second pass on that first trick pass fall.
Say Compete Water Skiing app is available in the Apple App Store now, and you can compete virtually in water skiing with just your phone from your home lake.
All right, so looks like we got some additional point scores coming through as we pick up Alyssa Drake. Let's have a look. We're going to take a look at our leaderboard in just a moment or so. So, leaderboards shows Brooke Boscus currently in the lead right now with 4,040 points. Claire Mira now relegated down to second with exactly half of the point score of Brooke Boscus. Isn't that weird? Samantha Stratfield, 1,900 points. Sage Podbecker with 1,460. And Kelly Hill rounding off the top 5 with 1,300 points. All right, then, Alyssa Drake working her way back into the course. Now, let's see what she's got with toe tricks. Now, the way that her foot is crossed over her front leg, this I anticipate to be a toe 7 front, which it is. There you go, toe 5 back. Toe back to back, toe back to back, toe 5 front. Nails that one shut. There we go, toe O out, toe O straight back in. Look at her go. Toe Waco and landing a little bit short on the toe Waco. She won't be particularly pleased with that. Will be even less pleased by the fact that she fell on the opening trick on the opening pass. But these are at least points on the board for Alyssa Drake. because don't forget she's slaloming. She's also jumping as well in the girls 5 category, and she may not have gotten the points that she would have wanted in the tricks event in girls 5, but she's at the very least, in with a shout of getting the podium position in the overall, provided that she gets the kind of slalom scores and jump scores that she needs to keep her competitive. All right, next competitor up is Kristen Baldwin. All right, Kristen Baldwin getting ready to go. We've got a latest score coming through. More details on that after we see Kristen Baldwin complete her opening pass and the replay to come afterwards. Kristen Baldwin. All right, here we go. Kristen Baldwin. Now, setting the speed. Now, this looks like a wake 5 front. Wake line 5 front, I beg your pardon. Now going into the step sequence. All right. Oh, look at that. I believe that was a wake line back-to-back in its reverse fashion. Good effort there from Kristen Baldwin. Look at her go from one trick to the next. Very, very sprightly on the ski. Here comes the flip. There's one. I believe she may have a second, or she may decide to shut it down with a couple of side slides, one in each direction. But it'll be worth seeing this instant replay, folks, because I suspect she threw in a wake line back-to-back from outside to in. Wake line back, line front, line back. Let's see if she rotates this one. Yes, that is a wake line back-to-back. Thank you very much for that. Now continuing to go right along with the remaining tricks, which consist of 540-degree turns, including the reverse. Now keeping the handle down and working away, edging outside the wake. Goes in for a flip, got a couple of sides, and thank you very much. There you go. One pass down, and even has a little bit of a heel grab towards the end to finish off with a flurry. That is Kristen Baldwin. Now the leaderboard comes up with the latest score. We have Sophia Janzig at the top of that leaderboard. So, all right, coming up next, Kristen Baldwin, second and final 20-second pass. Let's see what she's got. So good effort there from Kristen Baldwin, looking at the instant replay from the boat, and two exceptionally well crafted trick passes there. Both passes under a belt. Oh, almost got a little bit skittish there with the toe Waco. And some toe tricks on the outside of the wake. And some skiers nowadays are actually opting to put some of their toe surface turns on the outside of the wake where they find smoother water. And that is the case for Kristen Baldwin. So I'm sure that it's going to take a little bit of a while for us to get Kristen Baldwin's score. All right, so continuing to move right along with this event. This is the 68th Goode Water Ski National Championships. And glad to have the pleasure of your company via our live broadcast on both lakes. We're coming up towards the end of Girls 5's Girls 5 tricking. And our next skier to go should be Ali Grafwal.
Again, 2 skiers remaining in the girls' 5 event. You want to get yourself a position on the lake and watch this. It's going to be some great trick skiing. We've already seen some outstanding runs by our competitors, and now we're down to our top 2. Martindale, Texas sends us Allison Greatwall.
Well, Samuel Adams ran at 28, ran a 30, now coming back at 32 miles an hour, 15 feet off the pro line.
A lot of skiing going on. We've resumed action on Lake 2. There was a little bit of a technical situation that had to be resolved.
Greatwall, our second seeded skier. First pass, it looks like she's lining up to possibly wake line 5 front.
All right, here we go. This is Alison Grafwal. Very sprightly on top of that trick ski, continuing to roll with these tricks. 5 into wrap, 5 back out of it. Alison Grafwal, a former Lake McQueenie ski bee, and certainly improving upon each season. Alison Grafwal doing a fine job out there. Great skiing. Very sprightly, high-tempo tricking. That's exactly what you want going from trick to trick. Not really thinking too much or too hard about each trick that you perform. That's why you practice. You try and get everything down to muscle memory and keep flowing from one to the next. And looks like we've got a little bit of a situation unfolding on lake number 2. The skier there has took a big old hard fall, and medical is over there on standby right now to assist. Okay, pass number 2 for Alison Grafwell. Getting set up for what I believe is to be a toe 7 front. It's about only 2 tricks you could do out of that wrap. The other is a toe 5 back out of that wrap. There's the toe 7 front, nicely done, well composed. Paused for a little bit before she went into her other tricks. Toe wake back to back and reverse. There we go. There's the toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, and now ready to hit the wake, toe wake O. Now continuing to roll, toe wake line O. The biggest toe wake line trick we've seen at the moment, and a good effort there. Toe wake line O towards the end, and a toe wake line back. Excellent stuff, ending off with a flurry. And Alison Grafwell, she is en fuego out there on that trick ski. And especially that toe wake back to back. Good effort, good flow from one trick to next. Almost got a little off balance with a couple of these tricks, but she spends so long on that trick ski practicing each one of these maneuvers. You know, she has an idea of what she needs to do to get herself back on balance and keep herself going throughout that pass. And Alison Grafwell doing a fantastic job with that effort there on pass number 2.
All right, here we go. Top seeded skier Kennedy Hansen, our final girls.
All right, here comes Kennedy Hansen's first of 2 22nd passes. Still, the sun's pretty low behind her, hence the reason why you're seeing her silhouetted out with our camera view. That is a toe 5 back, toe 8 back to back, and it's reverse. Good height, good rhythm so far. Toe 5 front, toe O out, toe O straight back in, toe wake O. What does she do from here? Toe wake line O. The second time we've seen that trick. Toe wake line back. Does she go for a toe wake line back to back? Yes, indeed. To the front, to the back, and a good effort there with the 20 seconds for Kennedy Hansen. So that could well be the difference. So these are the point scores that we've got already prior to having a look at Kennedy Hansen. Kristen Baldwin there with 56.60. Sophia Jancic for 46.20. Brooke Boskers 40.40. Claire Mira 20.20. And Samantha Stretfield in the top 5 right now. Out of the scores that we currently have, we still don't have any scores for Alyssa Drake or Anna-Marie Rabluski to put in there, or indeed Alison Grafwell. So we're just waiting on those scores before we go with a provisional final list. But some great skiing there from Kennedy Hansen. All right, so now we're getting ready for Kennedy Hansen. Absolutely scintillating opening pass. Finished off with a flurry with the toe wake line back-to-back, preceding that with a toe wake line-o. That toe wake line back-to-back could well be the difference if Kennedy Hansen's pass is a step-for-step equivalent to that of Alison Grafwall. And certainly would have been nice to have seen Kennedy Hansen and indeed Alison Grafwell compete at the Junior World Championships, but that event has been moved to next summer due to the whole global pandemic thing that's going on. There we go. This is Kennedy Hansen with the first few tricks. Here comes the flip. Does she have a second flip? Yes, she does. She nails that one, too. She can do up to 6 flips on one particular pass. There she goes. 2/3 of the flips that she has are expended. There's the 5th. Does she go for a 6-1? Yes, she goes for the mode back-to-back. Nicely done. Kennedy Hansen all the way through, and that could well be enough to settle the title in her favor. So great skiing there from Kennedy Hansen. It's probably going to take a little bit of a while before we find out the point score for her, or indeed, or Alison Grafwall. Still looking at point scores for Anne-Marie Wroblewski and indeed Alyssa Drake. So, all right, so we're just seeing Kennedy Hansen there. So that concludes Girls 5 Tricks. We're going to go to Girls 3 Tricks in just a few minutes. Let us quickly flash up the scoreboard as so good effort by all of our Girls 5 Trickers. We're going to have Girls 3 coming up next. This is the Goode Water Ski National Championships. Great to have you on board. Girls 3 Tricks, and we'll be joining that right after this.
Ever since I've been skiing on the D3 Ion S, I really like how the sweet spot is an inch bigger than the Evo, which has given me a lot more predictability in the course, whether it's calm or rough conditions. The way the ski feels makes me excited for the upcoming season.
I think a characteristic that most skiers can appreciate about the Ion is its consistency and predictability. I feel pretty confident coming into the tournament season that I can show up and score what I'm capable of because of this ski.
One of the things I have always noticed in my 11 years of riding D3 skis is that they are some of the most predictable and consistent skis that I have ever ridden. What I like most about this ski is that it's fast across the wake, but due to the narrower forebody from the front foot forwards, it allows the ski to slow down in the edge change, as well as let the tip of the ski carve a tight turn around the buoy, resulting in more angle out of the backside of the buoy.
This is a hat. You can get one anywhere, but today you're in Louisiana. You forgot your favorite one at home, of course, so you got this one and some change. You gave some of that change to the band who got your 2 left feet to dance, and a few dollars to a man who typed up a poem just for you. You saved the rest for a dozen fresh oysters and a Sazerac, one to feed your face, the other to feed your soul. The hat, it's your new favorite, because today you're in Louisiana.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh new attitude. Oh my, 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 oh my, my, my. Call me a king, can you buy me a crown?
Mornings on the lake. The first time I got up and stayed up. Learning how to drive. Teaching our dog to swim. Long summer days, big sprays, and even bigger laughs. These are the moments that made up my childhood, that brought our family together, and the memories I'm now making with my kids. Being on the water isn't just something we do, it's who we are. Make your memories with Mastercraft.
I'm rising up now. No, I won't back down. Taking my shot now. Making my back.
Okay. So now we got our first skier up in Girls Free Tricks. This is Cameron Waters. Cameron Waters, our first competitor up in Girls Free Tricks. Let's see what she's got. Not looking too bad, just going very cagily from one trick to the next. Oh, nicely done with the surface. Oh, does she go for a reverse here? Yeah, she does, but unfortunately unable to complete it, but a decent effort there, certainly giving it her best shot. That's Cameron Waters. So Cameron Waters doing a fine job out there, waiting patiently, biding her time before she does the first O, and pulls that off to perfection. Now trying to do the same thing with the reverse, and unfortunately doesn't come off, but it's all okay there. All right. All right then, and a good friend of mine. He's almost actually too tall for the screen here. No, you don't need to squat down anymore. That's Jonathan Travers. How you doing, sir?
Yeah, good. Happy to be here at the Nationals. Just pulled up this morning, so it's looks beautiful out here, and excited to see these guys compete all week.
Excellent stuff. And I know the tournament season had a lot of promise with it, but then the whole global pandemic thing came into play. How have you kept yourself motivated and kept yourself training?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's been hard. Normally, we're at the pro level. We've been in Europe the last 3 or 4 years at this time, and coming home right before Nationals. So the last month has really been a struggle, kind of mentally trying to stay ahead of your game and trying to keep pushing through the not having events. So my big thing was just take it easy and just ski when I could ski and just don't over ski.
Excellent stuff. We certainly wish you the best of luck going forwards. You'll be competing in the Open Men's Slalom competition, yep?
Yeah, that's Saturday. I'm here just to help out in the booth and show my face to the kids and cheer everyone on.
You're just repping and signing autographs, aren't you?
Oh, I wish. So it's fun, though.
No worries. Good luck to you, sir, going forwards. Thanks a lot, and hopefully we'll see you just like ripping it up.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Thank you.
No worries. That's Jonathan Travers. Shelby Frank is our next competitor up in Girls 3. All right, as we see, we got Shelby Frank on the water right now. Couple of side slides, one in each direction. Now she'll attempt the next natural progression trick, which is the 180 to the back. Oh, goes for the surface 360. Yes, she does. Oh, and almost rides out that second surface over. Good effort there for Shelby Frank. A fine effort here in the 78 for Goode Water Ski National Championships. This is Girls 3. All right, so continuing to roll right along, we got Shelby Frank. Now, for those of you that are still wondering about the leaderboard so far as Girls 5 trick is concerned, we're gonna pop that up in just a moment or so as Shelby Frank gets ready for a second and final 20-second pass. All right, here we go. Shelby Frank. Working her way towards the course in girls 3. I don't know whether she has any more tricks in her repertoire. She's fairly limited on what she could do at this point with the opening pass. Oh, and goes down pretty early on that one as well. So Shelby Frank will swim into shore. And that will be her lot in girls' free tricks. Next competitor up is going to be Maria Gray, our next competitor up, and she's on deck right now. All right, we've got Maria coming into the course right now. Here comes Maria Gray. Boat speed is set. Now let's see if she can rock it all the way down the course. Oh, a little bit skittish there with that wrap 180 to the back, but she has enough in her to recover. 180 reverse into the front, and the spin to the front didn't quite do it there for her. So there we go. That is Maria Gray. Looking at the instant replay as we see her go by again. And falling on that reverse 180 to the front. All right, one more pass to come for Maria Gray in the girls 3.
Well, a tough break there for Austin. Arnett was looking good out there. But happened to everybody. So just hate to have it happen to you at the national championships. But have to try to do something to cheer him up a little bit. HO Sports is known for carrying top-of-the-line water skis and water skiing equipment. So bring your water skiing to the next level with HO Sports.
All right, so, and Maria Gray trying to get set up for pass number 2, and unfortunately doesn't make it to the trick course, and she'll just get the points that she would have scored after pass number 1. And we'll move on to our next competitor, who is Soli Stenger. Soli Stenger, or hopefully I pronounced them right on the first and second attempt, but I'm going to go with Soli Stenger at this time.
Looking good as he cleans up this last pass and out the gates for another 6 at 30 miles an hour.
Here comes Soli. Looked, those first 180s look pretty easy, and then she goes into the back-to-back sequence, and just getting a little caught out, and unfortunately unable to ski out of that soup. So that was Soli Stenger. Nothing too much wrong at the beginning, but just got into that back-to-back, and just the tail of the ski got caught, and it was just curtains there for her. So just waiting on one score to come in for girls 5. That score, the full score for Alison Grafwell, but we've got scores earlier in girls 5 for Kennedy Hansen, and we'll reveal that in just a moment or so before we release the full provisional scoreboard. Here's Soli Stenger. Toe back and toe front in great shape here. Good with the toe side and reverse toe side. Keeping the flow going. Does she have a wake back? Yes, she does. Expending a little bit of time with the amount of pauses that she has on this pass. Does she have enough time for the second 3? Not quite, but a good effort nonetheless for Soli. As the boat makes its way back to the dock. All right then, folks, those of you watching, this is the leaderboard in girls 5 tricking. Now, there's one score left to come in, and that is from Alison Grafwell, But as you can see towards the top, you got Kristen Hansen with 8,030 points, Kristen Baldwin with 5660, Sophia Janzik 4620, and Brooke Boskus with 4040. Now, also we got Claire Mira in 5th place with 2020. But expect the top 5 to change with the addition of Alison Grafwall's score. She stood up on both her 22nd passes, and I surmise that her score is going to be around the 7,000 point range. Probably not as big as Kennedy Hansen's, but quite substantial nonetheless. So Taylor Barkwell now in girls 3, approaching the tricking course right now. Let's see what she's got for 2:22 runs. All right, so we're looking at the tail end of Taylor Barkwell's pass. Looking pretty strong, and certainly one of our stronger competitors at this stage of the competition in girls 3. Getting a little bit skittish there with the reverse wake back, but able to go through it. All right, here are our sponsors, USA Water Ski and Wake Sports, Tri-Lakes, along with Goode Carbon Innovation. We've got Mastercraft, Nautique, and Malibu as our official towboat partners of USA Water Ski and Wake Sports. Marine Power, OJ Props, Ski Safe Insurance, Masterline, and Shoulder Sphere. Along with Connolly, Radar, D3, and HO Syndicate, our sponsors for this competition, the 78th running of the Goode US Water Ski Nationals. And this webcast being brought to you by Splash Eye, Ski It Again, and the American Water Ski Association, and the 5 regions that come under that banner. Taylor Barkwell now. So Taylor Barkwell, looking at the instant replay, fell fairly early on this pass with toe tricks. As the boat makes its way back to the dock, we'll pick up another competitor.
All right, we'll give it up for him. Didn't make that whole pass, but got 5 to put him in the lead right now.
All right, continuing right along with the Girls Free Tricks events, we're going to show you a leaderboard for Girls Free Tricks. But before that, let's have a look at the National Championship specials for Splash Eye. These specials are competitively priced and available to you by going to splasheye.com/nationals. You can find out more about those specials. Girls Free Tricks, these are the latest scores that we have. This is Solly Stenger with 860 points, Shelby Frank with 360, Cameron Waters with 290, and Maria Gray with 260. Those are the 4 scores that we have at our disposal. Now, Haley Wombot Haley Wolgamot coming into the course right now. Toe tricks, second pass. Using some good line control, nicely done. Like what she's doing. Whoa, and getting the foot off the bear trap, and unfortunately falling as a result. But a good effort up to that point for Haley. We'll see what she does in the remaining event. All right, Katie Schultz is our next competitor out. Let's keep it going. Let's see what she can dial up with her pass number 1, past the green buoy. And now she will pass the red buoy. The time will start there upon the first complete trick that she produces. Like how she's going about her business, keeping the handle nice and close. Decent edge. Nicely done. Like what she's doing there. That is it's Katie Schultz. So, continue to roll along. Air temperature, I believe, is slightly higher than that. But it is quite hot here in South Louisiana with bright sunshine. These are the telemetry readings directly from Baton Rouge Metro Airport. Water around about 87 degrees, quite hot out there. Wind starting to gather up a little bit, but for all intents and purposes, it's very, very light out there. All right, now. Probably feels a lot warmer than that, trust me. This is South Louisiana. All right, Katie Schultz now. Oh, and tries to go for the toe back, and unfortunately coming up second best on that one. Gets to the back and doesn't fully recover on that first trick in time for her to turn the second. So I don't think she'll score anything on pass number 2. That's Katie Schultz, and she'll leave the way clear for our next competitor, who is Ali Weber. Here comes Ali, our next competitor up, behind that Nautique towboat.
Extremely impressed with the fact that he's been accepted into the Space Magnet program in middle school. That is just fantastic. Future scientist may be winning the Nobel Prize.
Next up on Lake 1, Ali Weber.
Here comes Ali Weber now. Keeping the flow going off the first few tricks. Trying to set a high tempo. Ooh, nicely done. Girls free tricking. Ooh, good effort there from Ali Weber as she makes it all the way from start to finish. All right, here we go. Oh, and falling about a third the way into the pass. We'll try and get some more points coming up, but the trick skiers are filing through fast and furiously. All right, so we're moving on to our next competitor. It will be Elise Boyd, but we'll see how the leaderboard shapes up with the tricks event with the latest score coming through, courtesy of Haley Wolgamott. We'll get the latest indication on our on our leaderboard after we've seen Elise Boyd. Setting a boat speed right from the dock. Here comes Elise. Working her way through the surface turns first, then going into the wake sequence. Looking stable enough to stand up all the way through this fast for the most part, and there she goes. Great skiing there from Elise Boyd. And we wait to see what she does with her second pass of toes. All right, latest scores coming up in girls' free tricks, and here they are. Solly Steiger still in the lead with 860. Taylor Barkwell with 780. Haley Wolgamut with 580 points. Shelley Frank with 360. Cameron Waters with 290. Currently, those are your top 5 scores in girls' free tricks. And there's Elise Boyd. There we go, the toe wake back, toe wake front. Good edge on each side. And trying to get some more toe tricks to go, but unfortunately unable to do so. But good section of the crowd here at Tri Lakes on Lake One, cheering her on to a decent score on the 2:22 passes, the attempts of. So good effort there. That is Elise Boyd. Now we're down. We're about, I would say, a little over halfway through the list. Our next competitor should be Caitlin Kovacs. She's ready to go next. So Caitlin Kovacs is next. She's on the water now. Here is Caitlin Kovacs in on the opening pass. Oh, and throws everything into that wake back-to-back, and unfortunately unable to stay on top of the water as a result. And as Caitlin Kovacs makes her way towards the opposite end of the lake, we'll have a look at our sponsors. USA Water Ski and Wake Sports, along with Goode, and the main venue organizer of this event, which is Tri-Lakes. Our turbo partners, Mastercraft, Nautique, and Malibu. We've got Ski Safe Insurance, Marine Power, Masterline, Shoulder Sphere. And you see the remainder of our sponsors there. We got all right, here we go. Caitlin Kovacs now. Working her way through the Wacos, and I think she probably shutting it down beyond that point, so decent effort there. We'll find out how she shapes up so far as the points totals are concerned. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you watching, we're going to take a quick pause, and after that, we'll continue on with Girls Free Tricking right here at the 78th Goode Water Ski National Championships 2020 here at Tri-Lakes in Zachary, Louisiana. Back after this.
Ever since I've been skiing on the D3 Ion S, I really like how the sweet spot is an inch bigger than the Evo, which has given me a lot more predictability in the course, whether it's calm or rough conditions. The way the ski feels makes me excited for the upcoming season.
I think a characteristic that most skiers can appreciate about the Ion is its consistency and predictability. I feel pretty confident coming into the tournament season that I can show up and score what I'm capable of because of this ski.
One of the things I have always noticed in my 11 years of riding D3 skis is that they are some of the most predictable and consistent skis that I have ever ridden. What I like most about this ski is that it's fast across the wake, but due to the narrower forebody from the front foot forwards, it allows the ski to slow down in the edge change, as well as let the tip of the ski carve a tight turn around the buoy, resulting in more angle out of the backside of the buoy.
This is a hat. You can get one anywhere, but today you're in Louisiana. You forgot your favorite one at home, of course, so you got this one and some change. You gave some of that change to the band who got your 2 left feet to dance, and a few dollars to a man who typed up a poem just for you. You saved the rest for a dozen fresh oysters and a Sazerac, one to feed your face, the other to feed your soul. The hat, it's your new favorite, because today you're in Louisiana.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new parachute. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh new attitude. Oh my, 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 oh my, my, my. Call me a king, you can buy me a crown.
All right then, folks, we are awaiting our next competitor to go in Girls 3 Tricks, and guess who just showed up and moseyed on down to the South Central region there? We're Mr. Waycox. How you doing?
Yeah, really good. It's actually cool to be back here, Tony. I think the last time I was here was the '89 U.S. Open, but I jumped on that ramp in 1979 or maybe 1980 for the first time, and then I skied the Nationals here in '84. So yeah, it's kind of really neat to be back here after so long.
A little bit of a walk down memory lane. Now, obviously, you've seen quite a lot of changes around this site. What's kind of amazed you a little bit?
Well, yeah, when I was here early on, it was just, sort of in its infancy, as we would say. And yeah, now it's kind of neat that all the trees around the property have grown up and matured. And that's sort of the first thing that I notice when I go to lakes years and years after. You see the maturity, of all the greenery, and that's sort of what, gives it its charm.
Where you're standing right now, back in '84, was just dirt. There wasn't even grass.
Yeah, like I said, it was in its infancy. We would say a little rough around the edges, but that's what a few people from the West Coast that have made their first trip here, they were like, wow, the place is gorgeous, So it's fun to be back.
Louisiana certainly has some hidden treasures so far as its tourism, its food, and everything is concerned. You probably don't make too many visits to Louisiana yourself. What have you taken away from this trip so far?
Well, the heat. Yeah, I expected this. But no, the best part for me coming to the Nationals is just seeing old friends, that from different regions, that the only time I'm ever going to see them is just here. So, I was only out of the car maybe 5 minutes and I already seen, 5 different friends sort of from around the U.S. And, that's why I always come back.
Yes, indeed. And the only difference now with the global pandemic is, in the past, people would have a ready handshake for you and just, and a hug. But unfortunately, it's a different circumstance, different situation. What's your take on it? Because, I spoke to JT a few minutes ago and he says trying to stay motivated with training is probably about the hardest part right now.
Well, fortunately for me, with what I do with my Ski with Wade business is, everyone that's had a lake house or had access to a facility like Bennett's, they've wanted to go water skiing. Same with the bike shops, whether it's mountain bike, road bikes, motocross shops. So because of this COVID, deal and sort of being isolated with your friends and family, then water skiing is actually doing really good. It's sort of got a James Dean or a Elvis coolness that people are like, oh my gosh, you actually get to go to the lake. And, certain kids I've talked to this summer, they've been on house arrest at their lake house for 8 weeks. And I'm like, well, that must suck, So, for some of us, it's sort of almost a blessing, that, hey, we still get to go to the lake.
All right, we're continuing on with Girls 3 Tricking, but thanks a lot, Mr. Waycox. Elbow bump there, and thank you very much indeed. He's going to meet up with a few more of his old friends from way back in the 80s as we continue on with our trick skiing. So, skier on the water for that's Bailey Dark. That's our competitor on the water in Girls 3. Always great to reconnect there with Waycox. On deck, we've got Lydia Tim. As I'm sure there's going to be Ali Custer and about 3 other competitors to go before we round off Girls 3 Tricking. All right, then, folks, you're seeing the instant replay courtesy of Bailey Dark. On the other lake, calling the events is Blaze, I believe. Ty Mika, who is kind of injured right now, unfortunately unable to ski, but he's enjoying life here by the announcing point and calling the event that's taking place there, which I think is, what is it, boys 2 slalom. So we're waiting for Lydia Tim to take to the water.
Here on lake number 1, Lydia Tim is coming up. She's behind the boat, lining up for that trick course. Our Center City, Minnesota skier out of the Midwest.
All right, then. So we got Lydia Tim approaching the course right now. So, good effort there for Lydia Tim. So, we'll have a look at the instant replay. Looking in very, very good shape indeed, getting from one side of the one end of the course to the next. So we're seeing Lydia Tim on the instant replay looking pretty good from start to finish on the instant on there. Whew, I tell you what, it is quite hot out here in South Louisiana. I know I've been living in around these parts for about 25 or so years, and still gets to you. Yes, indeed, and falling towards the midway point on pass number 2. Produced the toe sides and the toe 180 to the back and front. And just got into a little bit of difficulty with the edge for the toe wake back. Actually, the toe wake back she got, and toe wake front not so much. So there we go. Decent effort there. All right, next competitor up, it's going to be Ali Custer. Here comes Ali. Trying to nice set spins there, including that surface 5 back and surface 5 front. It's got a couple more tricks at the end, and she should be good to go on both of them. So good effort there, solid effort there from Ali Custer, and we'll see what she's got on pass number 2. Right, still waiting on the score for Bailey Dark to come in, but we do have some scores already. If we could put them up on the leaderboard, Elise Boyd at the top there with 14:20, Ali Weber with 13:40, Caitlin Kovacs in third with 12:30, Caitlin Schultz with 1,020 points, Jolie Stenger with 860. And those are your top 5. 5 other scores are also on the list as well, from 6 through to 10. But let's see what we've got by way of Ali Custer. Waiting on the scores for Bailey Dark and Lydia Tim. Like what she's doing at the moment. The line back. Oh, we're having difficulty with the line front, unfortunately, but decent score. Decent effort there. Got through the opening pass. And fell a little over halfway on her second. All right, Tricker on the water now, approaching the course and setting up. It's a Samantha Hoops. Waiting for the red trick buoy, goes in for a sequence of back-to-backs to get things up and running. Nicely done with the wake back and wake front. Turns away, wake back-to-back. Here's the reverse. Does she have anything more? Wake line back. Tries to stabilize herself, line front, line back, and this will conclude the step sequence, provided she gets to the front. takes a dive there, and that's going to be around about 20 seconds at that point. There are at least a couple of instances where she paused, and that would have cost her some time. But Samantha Hoops, for the most part, doing a pretty stand-up job there. All right, and there you see on the bottom left-hand corner, scrolling through some of the names that have contributed to the crowd-funding initiative that which essentially funded this webcast, along with our webcast sponsors. Thanking those people very, very much indeed for their financial help and support. My good friend there on the left-hand side of the desk there, Ty Meeker, not able to ski in these national championships, but he's certainly contributing his skills to the proceedings with his call of the slalom event. Here comes Samantha. Toe O to start things off, and now she goes with the toe back and toe front. Does she go for the reverse? Yes, indeed. Reverse back and reverse front. Now she's going to attempt a toe wake back. Toe wake. Oh, and a little early on the wake there for the toe wake front. Trying to hop over the wake. That's Samantha Hoops. And scoring tricks all the way up to the toe wake back. So looking a little off balance, and that probably distracted her a little bit from the task at hand with the toe wake front. Didn't edge at all, as a matter of fact, going into the wake, and didn't have any momentum, and the wake kicked her up and just spat her out. All right, those of you tuning in on both webcasts at the same time, I know it's. I don't know how you're able to keep your attention from between one or the other, but we're going to try and keep it entertaining between myself and Ty. But a skier on the water right now is Julie Mishler. Julie Mishler, our penultimate skier in girls' three tricks, doing a splendid job out there. One trick to the next. Girls three, which is the age division, which is age 13 and under. Older than 11, but under 13. The age categories now in the juniors have been reset. Once before, it was just 3 age divisions between boys 1 and between boys girls 1 all the way up to boys girls 3, but now we've added 2 more divisions and made it to where each one of them has a 2-year span of eligibility. So girls 3 is 13 and under. We got scores coming up, and we got Elise Boyd out there in the lead provisionally with 14:20, Ali Weber with 13:40. Caitlin Kovacs with 12:30. Lydia Tim with 12:20. And in fifth place right now with 1110 is Ali Custer. So that's what we got going on. All right, so in this webcast being brought to you by Splash Eye, you saw some details there. You can go to splasheye.com/nationals for more details on their national championship specials. Now, here comes Julie Mishler. Toe to the back and to the front. Opted to go with the reverse first, which is rather unusual. There we go, toe wake front, keeping the weight centered over the ski. Toe back to backs, toe wake back to back. There you go, and a toe to the front. She's liking it. Yes, 2 stand-up runs. Nicely done there for Julie Mishler. Waiting on scores from Bailey Dark and Samantha Hoops. But some good skiing so far in girls 3. As we continue to push right along to our concluding skier, who is Emma Davis. But to just take a look at Julie Mishler, she definitely has a point to prove in this competition. And we'll see if she's made it onto the podium on the basis of what we've seen. We need to get a score to confirm that first. All right, we've got a revised score for Ali Custer. It is 1890. 1890, that puts her in the lead. And should by any measure put her on the podium with 2 scores needing to be obtained. Actually, 3 scores needed to be obtained and 1 score to come. We'll see how it all fares out. Emma Davis is next, our concluding skier in girls' free tricks. All right, here we go. This is Emma Davis. I'm going to go Emma Davis there with the toe 5 back. Sets up for the toe 8 back to back. Bulks out of attempting the reverse, but she goes with the reverse toe back and goes for the toe back to back. Toe 5 front, toe out, toe straight back in, toe Waco. Nails that one. Toe 8 back and toe front, a couple of toe sides, and that should do the trick. Nicely done there for Emma Davis on her first of 2 22nd passes. All right, so down to our final competitor in girls 3. This is Emma Davis. Started off with a toe 5 back on the previous pass and now goes in rather subtly for the second and final pass of hand tricks, keeping the handle very close and very centered on her body there. Good effort. Now she edges out. Here's the backflip. Boom, hits that one. Nails that one. Here's the reverse. Oh, man, she is sending it. There you go. 2 flips. Excellent stuff. I think that is where your girls 3 national trick title is going to be heading. To Mays, Kansas, and to Emma Davis. So wonderful skiing there, including the flips that we see towards the end. Really sent it out there, recovered well off the first one. It was almost cased the weight coming back and almost did the same thing on the second one as well. So Emma Davis, she is absolutely stoked with that. So she skied back to the dock, and that concludes her girls 3 tricking. Happy as can be. And I tell you what, some great skiing has been had. You know, here at Tri-Lakes, we always like to give people a break. So here's yours.
All eyes on the way I vibe when I walk into the room. Wind blows underneath the soles of my brand new pair of shoes. I got the attention, I'm on a mission. No sweat in the way I step, I got a fresh new attitude. Oh my, 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 oh my, my, my. Call me a king, you can buy me a crown.
All right then, folks, we are back with boys 3 tricking. We've just seen girls 5 and girls 3 tricking in sequential order. We now go into boys 3, and Anthony Shelton will be our first competitor up. Continuing to rock the Casbah here. This is Anthony Shelton. Let's see what he's got with the tricks that he has at his disposal. He's going to take a rather subtle approach here. And takes a fall about halfway through the run, but I think he got most of the tricks that he wanted to anyway. Comes into this event with a 708-point average. So we'll see what he can produce next on his second and final 22nd pass. It's Anthony Shelton. All right then, folks, as we get ready for Anthony Shelton, let's throw up the leaderboard for the girls 3 tricking competition. There are 2 scores remaining, that of Bailey Dark and Julie Mishler. But as you could see, that performance from Emma Davis that you saw just a few minutes ago has yielded her 44.80. Samantha Hoops 1940, Ali Custer with 1890. Lise Boyd with 1420 and Ali Weber with 1340. Those are your top 5, but those scores are provisional. They are not final. As I mentioned, there are 2 more scores waiting to come in, so we won't make the final determination as to where the girls 3 tricking title will go until we get those scores. So, skier on the water right now is Anthony Shelton. Here comes Anthony Shelton. Whoa, 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 whoa. He's shaking like a leaf out there with the first 2 toe tricks. Goes for the toe side. Unfortunately, it comes up second best on that one. But there you go, Anthony Shelton, our first competitor out in boys 3. And there you go. That is Anthony Shelton. Our next competitor up is going to be Ryan Wentz.
All right, next up over here on Lake 1, Ryan Wentz. Anthony Shelton showing us some nice toe tricks there at the start of the second pass. And here we go with Ryan Wentz, pass number 1.
All right, Ryan Wentz now. Nicely done. Good effort. With Trick, is spinning, and unfortunately line tightening up a little bit on him. That is Ryan Wentz, the second skier up of 20 in this tricking competition. We'll see how things turn out as we continue rolling along here at the 78th Goode Waterski National Championships. All right, we've got on the water Ryan Wentz. Got some more scores coming through this that could change the leaderboard in girls free. All right, here we go. Ryan Wentz on the water right now, just trying to get his way through this run. Some back-to-backs. Come on, Ryan. Oh, just spinning like there's no tomorrow. Tries to go for... Oh, nicely done with the 720-degree surface spin. Not really figuring on hitting the wakes. But a good effort there. That is Ryan Wentz. Okay, and now as we continue to roll along with Ryan Wentz in this particular category of boys 3, we should have the scores for girls 3 momentarily. I think there are one or two scores that are being confirmed. All right, so we got a leaderboard now for girls 3, and there it is. Emma Davies with 44.80, Julie Mishler with 23.60, Samantha Hoops with 19.40, Ali Custer with 18.90, and Elise Boyd with 14.20. Rounding up for your podium, the top 5 finishers in the girls 3 national championships in the tricks event in the 78th Goode Waterski National Championships. Well done to all of those competitors right there. So, all right then. So, latest temperature readings from the Baton Rouge Metro Airport just down the road here. 93 degrees outside, water temperature about 87 degrees. Wind starting to pick up a little bit, or maybe that's the fan that's next to me. But here we go. We got Colton Bucher now approaching the course in Boys 3 tricking. Boys 3 is 13 and under. Age 13 all the way to age 12 in that 2-year span of eligibility. Colton Bucher, oh, nice 5 back. Don't know what he wanted to try on that one, but he threw the handle and just could not get it to go. So working away, we've got on the dock Cole Wilfringer getting ready to trick. Out there on the water is Colton Bucher. All right then, folks. Colton Bucher now. Here comes. All right, here we go. Colton Bucher trying to stay on top of the water. Looks like a few of these tricks are maybe repeats of the tricks that he produced earlier in pass number 1. But trying to use all of his time wisely, and that is Colton Bucher. Here we go. We got Cole Wilfringer. Just trying to be subtle with this one and not trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink into his tricks as yet. Just trying to stay calm and collected. Nice back-to-backs, very well spun. Surface front to front, nicely done too. A little bit on the back. There's a 5 back. And there's a 5 front, and let's see what he does with the wake back, and to the front. And I think 20 seconds will have expired by that time, but he's still continuing to trick like there's no tomorrow. That is Carl Wilfinger. We'll see what he's got with his next pass, his second and final pass. Okay, looks like we got 1 or 2 scores available so far as boys 3 are concerned. Here are the 2 that are available. Ryan Wentz with 1,080, and Anthony Shelton with 580. So a 500-point difference between those 2 competitors. All right, next competitor up will be James Knighton. So Carl Wilfringer. James Knighton all preempted him a little bit there. He'll be our next competitor. He's on deck right now, waiting to see what Carl Wilfringer can do. And he won't have to wait too long because Carl fell on one of his initial tricks. All right, skier up now on the water. This is James Knighton. Oh, nicely spun there with the surface O and the reverse surface O. Working his way wake front. Here comes the wake back reverse. Doesn't go for the wake front reverse, and looked like he did that time. And I think he'll be satisfied with that, at least on pass number 1, and we'll see what he's got on pass number 2. James Knighton now set. Oh, whoa! It goes for the surface 5 front, and just couldn't really get it to go. It just threw everything into that trick. His shoulders, his arms, even his knees a little bit there. Surface back-to-backs were okay. Now he went for the 5 and just couldn't really get it to go. But that's James Knighton, and we'll see what is. We'll see who's coming up next on the list of boys 3 trickers. It'll be Connor Pesic. All right, here we go. Connor Pesic now. Setting the speed. See what he's got. Couple of side slides, one in each direction. Now we're looking to ramp things up. Surface back to back. It's the second one. Surface O. Surface O, and just drops the handle, and not the wisest course of action. And that is Connor Pesic, and he'll get ready for pass number 2. We'll try and get some more points going in your general direction. All right, here we go. This is Connor Pesic setting himself up well for pass number 2. I don't think he's got any toe tricks in his repertoire. He's there we go with the wake back and the wake front. Goes for the wake back-to-back, which he manages to get under his belt. Waco, nicely done. Does he go for the reverse? Yes, he does. Look at him go, Connor Pesic. Going, I'm not too sure what he went for that one. Maybe trying to set up for a 5 front. Connor Pesic. Looks like he's just shut it down, and he will ski towards the dock. Handle kept down nice and low, which is always a good thing in trick skiing. Wake back to back. Not the tidiest one I've seen, but effective nonetheless. And there we go with the Waco, and didn't have much else to do from there, so we shut it down and headed on way back to the dock, except for that wait back, of course, which I think he probably did in the earlier pass. But there you go. That is Connor Pesic. Okay, Christian Hooton now is our next competitor. Another skier from the South Central region. We saw Connor Pesic just a few moments ago, and here comes Christian Hooton.
It will be on this lake, and I'm not sure how many.
So a skier on the water should be Christian Hooton according to this list, although I'm not exactly 100% certain that's the case. All right, so we've got one additional score on the list, but here we go. We got Christian Hooton on the water right now. We'll get the latest scores after him. Oh, throwing himself in. Oh, and going down hard there with the toe wake front. In boys free tricking, that is Christian Hooton.
Champion from Church Point, Louisiana, Alana Jones.
All right, so let's have a look at the. We'll have a quick look at the leaderboard in just a moment or so. Here it is. Ryan Wentz with 1,080. James Knighton with 1,030. Cole Wilfringer with 790. Colton Booker with 760. And Anthony Skelton with 580. Those are the points that we have into the scorers right now. Now, next competitor is Tannen Honk. I don't know if that's the right way to pronounce his last name, but I'm going to go with that. So Tannen Honk is our competitor behind that towboat, making his way towards the course right now. Okay. All right, we got Tannen Honk on the water right now, tricking. Oh, trying to get that 360-degree spin, but unfortunately not able to come through with that. All right then. So Adam Gray is our next competitor on with the tricks competition. Continuing to rock and roll here We are about almost at the halfway point of the tricks event. In fact, Adam Gray's the 10th ski on, so we are indeed at almost at that point. He's skier number 9. Good edge from one wake to the next, using some of that momentum to help him spin with the wake tricks, and just pulled up a little bit and just relaxes and will ski out that particular run. That is Adam Gray of pass number 1. All right, so tricker on the water, Adam Gray, and pretty happy about the performance he produced out there. It's halfway down the list so far as the seeding is concerned. But good effort there with the toe tricks, getting that foot in the back binding about a third the way through the run. Goes for the 720 and goes for the reverse 720. Hitches a little bit. I don't think that reverse 720 will be scored. There we go. Good 540-degree spins on the surface. And just staying on up there, and sounds like it was his day. There we go. That was on the water. Adam Gray. Next competitor is R.J. Teeter. Right, so RJ Teeter is on the water right now. Looking strong, looking in good shape on the opening tricks of pass number 1. Good flow from one end of the course to the next. Just trying to play this cagely and not get too far ahead of himself, RJ Teeter. So looking at RJ Teeter. And nicely done, I would have to say. So we look at all the activity that's going on. Certainly a healthy crowd here at Tri Lakes for the 78th Water Ski National Championships. Passing by the green ball now. Oh, and RJ Teeter going down to pretty hard there. We'll have a look at this one more time. And there we go. That represents the end of RJ Teeter's efforts out there. As we now get settled down for our next competitor to hit the water. Next skier up should be Tri Johnson. Tri Johnson, next competitor out. As we get over the halfway point of proceedings here in the tricks event. Here he comes, Tri Johnson, setting up the boat speed, making sure it's absolutely correct behind that Malibu towboat. Malibu, one of our towboat partners here at the National Championships of Water Skiing. Oh, and a horrid start there for Tri Johnson. Take a look at this via our instant replay. Hand stain on the rope. But getting into all kinds of shape there with the landing, a little stiff-legged, and he just basically buries the ski, and it is so much to say goodbye, Mr. Bond. Okay, so that's Tri Johnson. So he has the option to either repeat pass number 1 or go directly on to the scheduled pass number 2. Skier on the dock right now is Corbin Pierce. But the skier on the water is Tri Johnson right now as we get past the halfway mark of this tricky competition. In boys 3. There we go, Tri Johnson now. Whoa, ooh, just got a little unstable, and that was enough to send him into the drink, I'm afraid. Goes for the toe side slide, and that just sets off a chain of events, and he knew the gig was up, and down he went. So Tri Johnson will be swimming into shore and leaving the way clear for our next competitor. Corbin Pierce, our next competitor up. Here comes Corbin Pierce. Oh, looking very confident here with his opening pass of tricks. Staying close to the wakes, trying to control the pull from the boat as well. Oh, almost going over the front with the Waco, and the reverse Waco didn't look too bad. It's a pretty decent effort there from Corbin Pierce. Certainly coming into this event with a lot of confidence. Oh, so looking at that again there from Corbin Pierce. Not too sure whether it was an attempt at a 540-degree spin, but we're going to take a look at this. Indeed, it was. Got the height, but guess what? You need to pass the handle instead of throw it. And there you go. So Corbin Pierce getting set behind that Malibu towboat, one of our three official towboat partners of USA Water Ski and Wake Sports. All right. So Corbin Pierce now getting ready to roll. Oh, and goes for the 5 front again to Corbin Pierce. Did a pretty good array of tricks to get things off with the toe. And I don't think he had too many tricks to work with beyond the ones that he did on pass number 1. He had a couple of toe tricks. And he realized that he tried the 5 front, and again he threw the handle. You'd have thought he'd have learned his lesson off pass number 1, and unfortunately he didn't quite apply that to pass number 2. So there we go. That is Corbin Pierce. All right, we've got Chase Sparks now. All right, Chase Sparks getting this boat speed situated. He's past the green. The driver is under no obligation to change the speed beyond that. Let's see what he's got. Oh, good air. Good elevation there. Showing a lot of confidence here. This is Chase Sparks. Waco. Couple of sides at the end, and I think that's pretty much his pass. So excellent skiing there from Chase Sparks. Started off with a wake 5 back out of the 360-degree wrap. Certainly like his approach, his style, his confidence. Last wake trick, the Waco, and a couple of sides at the end. And that should do the trick there for him. That is Chase Sparks. Right, having a look at the boat speed there, selecting 16.6 there, coming back in on pass number 2. Oh, and just couldn't really get anything off the ground there with toe tricks. Handle tricks were okay. Looked fairly stable there, but just started turning prior to the top of the wake and let his toe foot go high, and then that just sent it careening into the water. And that is all she wrote there for Chase Sparks as the boat makes its way back to the dock in order to receive our next competitor. Next competitor being Cooper Dark. All right, here we go with Cooper Dark. Positional trick and goes in for the wake back to back. Oh, and throwing the handle on that one and showing a great deal of frustration there with that one. Just taking a look at this. Definitely threw his head before he went into that trick. And actually, the hand had left the handle before he fully pulled it in, and as soon as he got to the front, he was surprised to find out that the rope was pulling the handle out of his hands because he didn't advance himself up enough on the boat, and down he goes. That is Cooper Dark, and just immense amount of frustration there, and we'll see what he can do with his second and final 20-second pass. So Cooper Dark. On the water, he'll be making a turn around the bottom end of the course. All right, bringing in Cooper Dark into the course. Just seeing his numbers, he's going to be selecting a boat speed of 0.3 of a mile an hour slower than the original opening pass, 15.9 mile an hour behind that Mastercraft towboat. Cooper Dark. Oh, getting into all kinds of difficulty here. Showing signs of frustration from the fall that he had earlier on, including right there. So he's swimming into shore.
And out of Claremont, Florida, our next skier will be Jaden E.
Taking a look at this again from Cooper Dark. Looking pretty good, but leading with his head rather than with his hands. And it doesn't get, the situation doesn't get any better for him going forward all over the show. All right, our next competitor to take to the water is going to be Jaden Eade. Jaden Eade, born in the United States, but he has a dual citizenship of both the US and New Zealand. Nicely done. His father, Kyle Eade, I'm sure pretty close by, might even be in the boat as we speak. Oh, nicely done. Good elevation, good edge, good advance up on the boat. And that is indeed Kyle Eade in the boat as far as I can tell. Nicely done. Continuing to roll on through with these tricks, keeping the hand very, very close. And advancing himself up on the boat. A very, very light skier on his trick ski. Little bit off kilter there with the wake 5 front, but managing to stay on track and almost getting snagged a little bit there with the second wake 5 front. But a couple of sides at the end, he has enough room there. And we will continue to rock. All right, here comes Jaden Eade. Boys 3 tricking. Trying to throw everything into this one. Oh, whoa, and getting onto his back heel, and unfortunately unable to complete the run from there, but a good start. All right, so next competitor up will be Gage Kakarowitz.
All right, your next trigger
So here comes Gage Kaprovitz. All nicely done with the opening tricks. Just going slow and easy up to a point. Almost letting that toe foot go with some of those, with a couple of those toe back-to-backs. Oh, holding that reverse toe back well in order for him to do the toe wake back-to-back. Good effort. And tries the toe wrap in. So good effort there from Gage Kaprovitz. Here we go. Just watching this toe wake back-to-back. And almost letting everything go at that point, almost catching the very, very top of the wake. And not the best looking toe wake back-to-back I've seen, but it is effective. Goes for the toe wrap in, and unfortunately has to deal with the fall on that particular run. So Gage Kaprovitz. Beautiful sight here at Tri Lakes. I think this has taken a lot of people by surprise, those that have visited here for the first time. And certainly visitors here will I'm sure, want to return to Tri Lakes, or indeed many of the great tourist destinations across the Bayou State of Louisiana. There we go, Gage Kaprovitz. Out at the west end of the facility here. Going past the green buoy now. Good start. See if he can continue to send the fire down the course. Wake 5 front. Oh, nicely done. Keeping the flow going. Wake 5 front. And a couple of side slides, and I think he just about shut it down. Might try the flip, but I don't think he will. So Gage Kaprovitz. So we just saw a Gage Kaprovitz. So now down towards the higher echelons. Now we got Vittorio Bloia, I believe our #1 seed in this event. We'll see what he can produce. All right, here we go. We got Vittorio Bloia.
How many we got before boat swap, Alicia?
There's no boat swap, but we're here. We're gonna be here.
Okay, there's a boat swap.
After.
Wake line back and line front. Just trying to work his way cagily through through the tricks that constitute his pass. Oh, nicely done. Good, good skiing there. So continuing on in boys 3, this is Vittorio Bloia. Looking very, very smooth. Performing these tricks smoothly. Pretty much guarantees that they're going to be quick. But unfortunately, if you are trying to go deliberately quick, then the smoothness could well be could well depart your tricks, and you could end up with an early fall. All right, so Vittorio Bloia. All right, here we go. Vittorio Bloia with his second and final pass. This will consist of toe tricks. We'll see if he can work his way through this pass, much like he did with pass number 1. Well spun. There we go with the toe 5 back, toe back to backs. Bulked out on the toe 5 front in favor of staying up on top of the water and attempting the toe wake back to back, and unfortunately coming up a little bit short. Was going to throw the fist punch, but decided against it. We'll take a look at this from Vittorio Bloia. So Vittorio taking a look at this toe wake back to back. He just exposed himself towards the boat a little bit too early. And as he came off the top of the wake, didn't have an awful lot of height to work with. Slid down the wake. And the resulting fall means that he only scores less than half the tricks that he originally had slated for that particular run. So that's Vittorio Bloia in the Boys 3 Tricks event. We'll try and get you some scores and keep you updated as much as we can. This is the 78th Goode Water Ski National Championships right here at Tri-Lakes in Zachary, Louisiana. We're going to take a little, I believe we're going to take a momentary pause. And then we'll go, actually we're going to continue right along because we've got Wesley Blair is our next competitor in Boys 3 Tricks. Okay, so we got 3 competitors left. Wesley Blair, then Jaden Slable, and Jaden Stable, and then our final tricker will be Reed Meinhardt. Okay, third skier from last on the in boys 3 trick-in. This is Wesley Blair. Working his... Oh, and a huge, huge fall at the very end there as he was working his way towards the 540-degree spins. But certainly getting some encouragement there from his fans along the shoreline. But they may want to look away from the instant replay here because towards the end it was a pretty brutal fall. We'll go frame by frame a little bit towards the end, and it was actually just a straight up 360. And just take a look at the tip of his ski. Just went completely submerged and, oh, took a face fall there. Which concludes his scoring on pass number 1. He's got pass number 2 coming right round the corner. Here's Wesley Blair, our third from last skier in boys 3. All right then, folks, for those of you watching coverage on Lake number 1, don't forget later on today we've got the jump event, the first jump event of the 78 for Goode National Water Ski Championships. Here we go, Wesley Blair tricking in towards the course right now. Looks like it's going to be a toe 5 back, which indeed it is. Toe back to backs. Trying to wind it on right now with the toe wake back and toe wake front, a couple of toe sides here and there. Looks to have settled down a little bit after that fall on the Waco. Almost fell there with the toe wake front. Oh my word! And getting into all kinds of shape towards the end. A decent effort, but I tell you what, there were a couple of spots there where he could have gone down and gone down hard. So just watching through his tricks, even got caught out there a little bit as well. Oh, look at that. Just take a look at that again. Oh, my word. I do not know how Wesley Blair managed to ride out of that trip, because just take a look at that tip of the ski off the wake in towards the middle. That ski was submerged up to his knees, and he still was able to ride that thing out. Oh, my word. Drama here at the 78th Nationals in Boys 3, and he was just as surprised to find out that he was still running as well. Toe wake line back, fell on that one, but he could have fell on the trick before. But I tell you, exciting stuff here at the Goode Water Ski National Championships. Right here at Tri-Lakes, the third time that this site and venue have hosted the national championships. As we look towards our next competitor, this is Jaden Stable. We're on our penultimate skier. You've just seen Wesley Blair there in the foreground, and in the background there, this is Jaden Stable. There we go with the wake line O, step tricks. You don't get to see them at this high level. Very rarely do you see that. So here we go, Jaden Stable. Looking good, looking in good. Oh, good shape, but unfortunately threw the handle on that particular run. So now we're going to take a look at the instant replay and see that. This is the wake line O. All right, so continuing to rock on. Now, this was the point where he fell, I believe. Tried to pull in and actually just threw the handle, and you could just see the frustration there right at the very end there for Jaden Stable. So, whew. Tell you what, some hot tricking out there, I can tell you that much. Jaden Stable now. Throw that line over his head and get ready for a tow 360 or tow 540, whichever one of the two that he decides to do. Was probably intended to be a tow 5 back, but might have ended up being a tow 360 given the hitch in the middle. There you go, keeping it running. Tow into wrap. Oh, getting pulled out there. Oh, wow. Getting into all kinds of shape there. So, yes, and looking at that Toho wrap in there and just trying to reach for the handle. When you've got that much weight on your heel, it's almost impossible to do, and almost buried that ski. And I think there'll be some muscles in his legs that haven't had that much of a workout in a while. So now we're on to the very last competitor. It is Reed Meinhardt. Reed Meinhardt, our last skier in boys 3 tricks. We've still got some other trickers to come in the next division that's on standby. We'll probably take a little bit of a breather before we do. Here comes Reed Meinhardt. Reed Meinhardt. Oh, look at this. Oh, wow. Look at this. He is spinning in all kinds of directions. Shades of Corey Picos right here in front of us. Such confidence, such poise. Absolutely on fire. And unfortunately a little bit short on the wake with the toe wake line back. But looking in great shape. It's great to look. Almost got sat down a little bit, but he has the balance and he had the poise to realize where he was and went quickly into the next trick. Toe wake line back to back. He tried on that one. We'll see how much of the wake he caught. He got the toe wake line back, no worries about that, and then he tried the toe wake line back to back. And there you could see shoulders canted over a little bit, looking down towards the ski, and just preempted the wake. If it had edged out the wake by maybe not much, by about 2 or 3 inches, he would have got the elevation necessary to complete that trick. As Reed Meinhardt now gets ready to transition from toes to hands. So Reed Meinhardt, great effort there on pass number 1, and looks like a very solid and very fluid tricker. I mean, the speed that he put those tricks in kind of harkened back to the days of Tori Baggiano and Corey Picos. One trick to the next, no pause. So he's definitely got a bright future ahead of him in Boys 3. Boys 3, don't forget, is basically aged 13 and below up to the age of 11. It's in that 2-year eligibility gap. They recently reconfigured the youth divisions to where you now, instead of having 3 divisions, you have 5. So 1 is 9 and under, 2 is 11 and under, 3 is 13 and under, 4 is 15 and under, and 5 is 17 and under in each of the boys and girls. So Reed Meinhardt, obviously his fans are along the shoreline watching nervously. Reed Meinhardt, second and final 22nd pass of hands. Let's see what he's got. Ski line back to open things up. Wake 5 front. Here's the reverse. Good spin, good height, good elevation, and good speed from the boat as well. Oh, look at this backflip to work things out. Excellent stuff there with the landing there with the second backflip. He's halfway through the available flips he can use. He is 3 flips. There's the 4th. Now he's got back-to-backs at the end. Oh, yes, indeed. And we might well have a winner. And he is so tired and out of breath that he decides to ski back into the shore at the earliest possible opportunity. So just absolutely nailing these tricks from one end of the course to the next. This is Reed Meinhardt, a very last skier. Beautifully executed backflip. Oh, just look at that. And there we go with the flip twist to the back. I mean, it's actually worth taking a look at again. Just his launch, he just absolutely kicks that ski behind his head, behind his outside shoulder. Certainly a clinic here on how to get elevation and how to get that twist in the air to land and ride that one out. And then he's got a couple of back-to-backs in the end. And thank you very much. So Reed Meinhardt, excellent stuff, and great skiing there from him. And that will draw to a conclusion the boys' free tricking event. All right, our next competitor and our first competitor out in women's six is actually going to be Rochelle Muleitner. And she's at the dockside getting ready for her turn. All right, so we're now rocking our way to the women's six tricks competition. Rochelle Muleitner now. See what she's got to entertain us with. Rochelle Muleitner now. Oh, and tries the 360 spin. Unfortunately does, and doesn't come easily her way. Tries to get the handle and tries to get the rotation, and as soon as she passed the handle, that handle got away from her body, pulled her straight into the drink, and just pow, just like that. All right then. So getting back to what's happening on the Tricks Lake. Thank you very much for joining us. My name is Tony Lightfoot, your announcer on Lake One for Tricks and Jump. Well, going through the 360-degree spins, a little bit more successful this time. Trying to pull the rope in so she can wrap in for a wake 360. Gets it to go. Does she give it a whirl? Let's see whether she can do it. Yeah, and the handle just tightened up on her and unable to ride that one out. So that's Rochelle Moodleitner. Not looking too bad for the most part. Took one attempt. There we go. There's the back and the wake front. So showing us a few skills there. And attempted to produce a wrap in for the Waco. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out for her. So there we go. That is Rochelle Moodleitner. So now our next competitor to go. Next skier to go should be Lisa Eastman. Almost sinking in a little bit there. This is women's 6. Oh, and trying to ride that one out. There we go. Trying to ride that one out. That's Lisa Eastman there. Oh, and almost losing it a little bit there, Lisa Eastman. Basically because Lisa Eastman doing a grand job with the opening tricks. Whoa, 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 whoa! That's an interesting fall there from Lisa Eastman. So Lisa Eastman taking a fall about a third the way through the run. Next competitor up and on dockside right now. This is going to be Carol Brooks. All right, then. Here comes Carol Brooks. For the opening pass. Looking in good shape, Carol Brooks. Pass number 1 of 2. All right, and Carol Brooks doing a fine job there. Keeping the handle close. So Carol Brooks looking pretty good for the first few tricks. Unfortunately, not so much towards the end. Oh, and just lost her balance, lost her composure after landing on the toe wake front, and slow fall, and boom. Takes a big old hit right there. All right, dockside. Now behind the Mastercraft towboats, we have got Miss Ann Bennett. Here comes Ann Bennett. Looking good. Ann Bennett, the matriarch of the Bennett Water Ski School, based here in Zachary, Louisiana, making sure that she touches her toes on the water to get those step tricks acceptable. Looking in good stead right now, Ann Bennett. And not really putting a foot wrong there with the tricks that that she conjures up, especially the step sequence towards the end. And that is all she wrote there for pass number 1, skiing all the way through, 20 seconds each end. Now I believe that she'll have toe tricks for the second and final run. This in women's 6 trekking, Ann Bennett. All right, then, continuing to bring to you the tricks event. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Kind of behind the scenes a little bit. There is Chase Lowe, who will be announcing his way through the Lake 2 slalom event, at least for a short amount of time anyway. And here comes Ann Bennett, second and final 22nd pass. So, Ann Bennett, multiple-time national champion. Toe 5 back, just trying to keep her balance. Very methodical so far as her tricking is concerned. Continue to rock and roll. Couple of toe sides. Oh, nicely done. Toe into wrap and letting the leg go there. That's Ann Bennett. Great effort there from Ann. So just looking at this towards the end, you'll see a couple of toe sides. Okay, so it's Ann Bennett toe into wrapping and continuing to roll after that and just letting the leg go, and that contributed to the fall. All right, next competitor up, our last competitor in women's 6 tricks. It is going to be Joy Kelly. Here comes Joy into the course. Tricking behind the Malibu Response TXI. Look at that wake back to back, continuing to rock on. Oh, nice wake 5 front. Splendid effort there from Joy Kelly, former United States World Team member from way back in 1989. So coming to us out of the southern region, I believe. This is Joy Kelly. Good skiing. Staying very close to wake with the wake back to backs. The wake back and the wake front looked pretty darn good, and though that wake 5 front looked absolutely splendid there. All right, here we go. We got Joy Kelly coming in for a second and final 20-second pass. This will consist of toe tricks. Looks like it's either going to be a toe O or a toe 5, the latter being the case. Joy Kelly, who comes to us from the volunteer state of Tennessee. Oh, keeping the flow going. Nicely done. Oh, and towards the middle point of that pass, succumbing to the fall. So continuing right along onto our next age category division. It is Bradley Boyd. Oh, and Bradley Boyd getting set up for his first pass, taking the fall. It's his men's 7. Now, I don't know if that's going to be regarded as a handle release or something like that. But we'll see what happened there. And just a straight up fall. I mean, there was no handle throw. There was nothing about the speed looked out of sorts. If anything, I would probably say that if he did have any cause for a protest, it would probably be because the boat was racing past him. Those wakes certainly looked very, very close together, and the boat certainly looked faster than what he could take. But I don't know what's going to happen from here. So Bradley Boyd just discussing with the boat what's going on here. He's on the back of the towboat. And we'll see what's going to turn up here. There's Jane Greenwood in that towboat, the Mastercraft Pro Star. He might even be skiing injured in this event, so he was just basically just trying his best with what limited fitness that he had in order to ski. But the boat seems to be accelerating towards the opposite direction, so this could mean that that Bradley Boyd is actually going to give it another try, but with the second pass. Here we go. We got Bradley Boyd now. Here we go, Bradley Boyd trying to get things situated. I don't know whether he's actually going to turn a trick. Oh, yeah, looks like that's a 180 to the back. So, decent effort there from Bradley Boyd. Oh, goes for the 360, throws that away, and will ski towards the dock. As we continue right along, our next competitor up will be Pat Combs. All right, so next competitor out is Pat Combs. Elected to go with the 2 trick skis. Piling on the points here, not quite as much as one would if they were riding one ski, mind you. But I'll tell you what, Pat Combs certainly knows his way around those 2 skis. And chances are he'll be able to come back with a attempt at a pass on one ski. There we go, Pat Combs. Oh, and Pat Combs on that one ski, getting pretty far down the course. Unfortunately, not all the way past the 20 seconds. We'll take a look at the instant replay, the back and the front. So Pat Combs handle up high. Native of Kentucky, I think you could see that pretty clear. Handling his business pretty well up to a certain point. Goes for the surface 360, and Pat Combs takes a dive there about halfway through. All right, working our way through. Our next competitor is Doug Kaiser. Keeping the toe foot firmly in place. Oh, and Doug Kaiser letting that toe foot get away from his standing foot just a little bit too much. That's Doug Kaiser. So the only point scored that we've got verified so far is that of Bradley Boyd, and unfortunately scored 0. We've had Pat Combs on the water a few minutes ago, and right now on the water is Doug Kaiser. All right, Doug Kaiser now. Wrap to the back. Keeping the flow going. Handle round about his knees in order to keep in that reverse wrap. Oh, and almost getting pitted out there. Now wrap it into a Waco wrap. Good hit there. Going for the reverse wrap. Nicely done too. Oh, and just leaning back on the ski and unfortunately unable to ride that one out. That is Doug Kaiser. And I'm sure in the next few minutes we'll have his point score. So, Doug Kaiser. Looking all right for the most part. Next skier to come is going to be Keith Morgan. All right, here comes on the water right about now. It is Keith Morgan. Keith, whoa, look at this. Keith Morgan getting pulled out a little bit. Not so much on that one. He kept stable there. Here's the wake back. Here's the wake front. This is men's 7 tricking. And nicely done all the way from start to finish. Good effort there from him. Top man. And we just saw Keith Morgan get a little bit out of sorts there on pass number 2. So the Mastercraft towboat will be making its way back to the dock, and will be standing by to bring in the next skier who chooses that boat. So now, next competitor up, coming to us out of Georgia. It is going to be Mike Mosley. All right, Mike Mosley in the course right now. Not looking too bad, just trying to settle himself down and get from one trick to the next. Keeping his head up. Nicely done there on pass number one. A good, clean opening run there for him. All right, so Mike Mosley getting ready to hit the course once again. Coming back now, Mike Mosley with toe tricks. To the back and to the front. Oh, and trying the line back and the line front, and ski releasing on him. That is Mike Mosley using the ski release system of his own design, using the MOB system, which you can find out more information on. You can Google under MOB binding system. But there you go, that's Mike Mosley. The remaining skiers that are ready to go. We've got Brad Hartwell on deck right now with his average of 1,259 points coming into this event. Then we got John Abel of 1397 average. And your top seeded skier are coming up very, very soon. Daniel Wamath with a average score of 1416. So for those of you tuning in on whichever webcast that you're tuning in, or even for some of you souls out there that you're using up all your office IT's bandwidth and viewing them both at the same time, you are especially welcome. So good efforts from all our skiers so far. Here comes Brad Hartwell in for his first pass. I think he's a retired fireman. Here he comes. Here comes Brad. Oh, trying to hold that wrap back. Wake back to back. Nicely done with the remainder of his tricks. And doing what is necessary. All right then, folks, getting ready with Brad Hartwell approaching the course. Here comes Brad Hartwell, staying with hand tricks. Going with the wake moves. Surface O's. Line back and line front. And not taking a stout enough edge outside the wake. Trying that wake line back, and that is Brad Hartwell. All right then, so continuing right along towards the end of men's 7 tricks, we got John Abel on the water. We should also have some of the latest point scores for the men's 7 as it stands right now. John Abel is on the water approaching the course. John Abel electing to use the Malibu towboat. Keeping one hand off the handle, producing that wake back. Now John Abel got his shoulder, his right shoulder taped up. And a good effort there on the opening pass. Almost seeing that handle pop out of his hands at the beginning portion of the run. So good effort all the way through. So we've got John Abel. He's getting ready for his second and final 20-second pass. Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard if we could. So now waiting on John Abel to come back into the course with his second and final 20-second pass. On deck right now we've got Daniel Womath, our number 1 seeded men's 7 skier. Here comes John Abel with toe tricks. Holding that line in. Taking his time. Toe back and toe front. Let's see what he's got. Reverse toe side. He's losing time here. But he gets over the wake. Back. Oh, and loses his balance there whilst recovering with a toe wake front. But that is John Abel. Respectable performance there. And had to take his time to make sure that he got his foot in the toe trap and was able to compete through this run. All right, so we have a quick look at the leaderboard if we could. There we go. Brad Hartwell's in the lead with 14:30. Doug Kaiser with 13:10. Mike Mosley 11:30. Keith Morgan with 810. And there was one other score there that was present. That was Bradley Boyd with 140. We're still yet to get the score for Pat Combs. On the water right now, this here is Daniel Womath. Locking in fine shape. Daniel Womath over the wake, making sure there's air between the ski and the water on that wake trick. In order for wake tricks to score, that has to happen. And he gets it all the way through. That is Daniel Womath. We'll take a look at the replay, and then we'll rejoin him for pass number 2. Daniel Womath. And going down pretty soon there on pass number 2, that's Daniel Warmoth. That could open the door for some of our other competitors to make their way onto the podium with an increased position. All right, here we go. Moving right along from men's 7 to men's 8 to tricking. We got Clarence McCollum. Just working his way from one trick to the next. Being very patient with his moves there, including that wake back-to-back from wrap to hand, and unfortunately unable to fully recover, which means he won't get the score for that particular trick. But all the ones before should be pretty darn good. All right, and falling in pretty early on that attempt on the second pass. That is Clarence McCollum. We've got 6 skiers in men's 8 tricks, and then after we get done with this age category division in this event, then we will move on to the big bad jump event. So now, looking out towards the end of the lake, our next competitor in men's 8 tricks is none other than Jeff Wiswall. Here comes Jeff Wiswall doing a grand job here. Looking in good. Oh, and letting the rope go towards the boat and letting the ski slide out from underneath him on the wake front. Looking pretty confident up to that point, and that might have taken a little bit of a dent. So now, got Jeff Wiswall about to be picked up and be transported towards the opposite end of the lake. And he'll attempt his second and final 20-second pass. So continuing right along, folks, and for those of you watching either webcast, Chance Lowe is right there holding it down for the Lake 2 slalom event. And why don't you do yourselves a favor, whichever webcast that you're running right now, if you're going through the YouTube page, why not subscribe to usawaterski.org's YouTube channel, and also make sure that you click on that bell to be notified of new material, and of course any live webcasts that are on stream at any given time. Here comes Jeff Wiswall. Some surface turns. Good look there. Performed a surface O outside the wake. And then he tried the reverse, and unfortunately came up a little bit short with that one. So good effort there from Jeff Wiswall. So our new announcer about to come on to the Lake 2 slalom event. Be Troy Zollner. So working our way through the our skiers. This is Thomas White. Thomas White on the water right now behind the Mastercraft. So, Thomas White, our third skier of 6 in this this tricks event, looking in decent shape. All right, then, as we continue to move right along, our sponsors there you see on the screen, USA Water Skiing Wake Sports, Tri Lakes, and our title sponsor for the 78th U.S. National Water Ski Championships is Goode Carbon Innovation. Nautique, Mastercraft, Malibu Boats are also supporting us as well. Marine Power, OJ Prop Ski Safe Insurance, Masterline, and Shoulder Sphere, along with HO Syndicate, Radar Skis, D3, and Connolly. All right, here we go. We've got Thomas White. Oh, getting a little bit pitted there on that wake back, but continuing to produce some surface 360s, piling on the points as he does so. All right, and Thomas makes it all the way through. Little limited on the tricks that he could produce, but he puts them all together anyway. So, Thomas White, about halfway through now, men's 8, and we're only 3 skiers away from putting a cap on the tricks event for today and then going headlong into the jump event. Skier about to take to the water, actually on the water right now, approaching the course is Hank Combs. Waco to start things off. Just keeping the rotation steady and flowing from one end of the course to the next. Hank Combs keeping, nicely done up to that point. Tried to do wake 180s with the handle, ended up behind the small of his back. So Hank Combs falling towards the end, and we'll see what he's got for us coming back. Our 4th skier of 6. All right, so we have got on the water right now Hank Combs getting ready for pass number 2 with toe tricks, getting set up to the back and to the front. And taking a huge fall there right at about the 3rd or 4th trick in. Probably took a knock to the noggin as well, how hard he fell. Trying to hold his balance, doing the toe wake back and just cased the wake and just couldn't maintain his momentum going out, resulting in that fall. All right, we're on skier number 5 of 6 in men's 8, and that skier is going to be David Keller. All right, so David Keller is on dockside, and a few of the individuals there around the dockside are practicing, observing safe practices in view of the global epidemic that is ravaging the world right now. Occupants of the boat are using masks. And during the course of the national championships, all right, as we continue to work our way down the event, pretty darn hot here in Louisiana, well into the 90s, water temperature approaching the 90s, wind kicking up just a little bit but not much. They're courtesy of Noah over at the Baton Rouge Metro Airport. All right, David Keller approaching the course right here, right now. We'll endeavour to get some scores over to you with the tricks event. All right, continuing to roll here. David Keller. So, and we got the scores for Hank Combs and David Keller to come. Obviously, it's a little premature to ask for the final score for David Keller right now, considering that he's only halfway through his performance. But we do have some scores in men's 8, and we'll throw them up for you in just a moment or so. All right, so All right then, folks, take a look at these point scores. We've got a tie for the lead between Jeff Wiswall and Thomas White. Now, if my calculations serve me correctly, if those scores are still intact for a position in the top 5, and we've got one skier's score remaining and another skier who's on the water right now, then we could potentially have a runoff between Jeff Wiswall and Thomas White in the tricks event. So welcome back to our announcer's position. My name is Tony Lightfoot. On the opposite side of the table is Troy Zollner, who's announcing for the Lake 2 slalom event, for the time being at least. Great to have the pleasure of your company. It's pretty hot here in South Louisiana, which necessitates the shade. Here comes David Keller. Nicely done for David Keller. Trying to keep everything under control, even though it may seem that he's completely out of it. Wake 5, try the Wake 5 front, but didn't have enough edge or advance up on the line to fully affect that turn. But it could well be enough to put him on top of the podium. There we go. Oh, and a big hit there, courtesy of David Keller. Now, all right, last competitor to go, and feeling the heat so much that he's even tricking with a hat on. It's going to be Stephen Law. All right, here comes Stephen Law. Here he comes, hat and all. Trying to keep his head protected all the way through his endeavor here. Good skiing, well controlled, keeping the handle tucked in close. And that is Stephen Law with his opening pass of tricks. Nicely done. All right then, so we've got one more pass of Stephen Law to come up next. We've got some jumpers on deck. They'll be taken to the water next. So Steve Law's got one more pass of tricks. It will consist of toes. And here is Stephen Law continuing to roll here. Nicely done. Continuing to work his magic out there on the trick lake, Stephen Law. And there you go, shuts it down. About 4 seconds are in the end. So great skiing there from Stephen Law. So great skiing there from all of our trickers today, and we've got some jumping to come in the next few minutes. All right then, folks, jumps coming up next, 78 for Goode Water Ski National Championships, and we're going to take a break, so why don't you do so as well?